started streaming. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys that, the ones who are watching the video. But I do need to tell the ones who are stuck watching an ad right now. Okay. So one of the things I need to do today is this. Run a poll about how many hours people will need to have in chat to play Minecraft. This is the Saturday thing. Let's start up a poll. So let me kind of write this thought out. So how many hours should a person have in my stream in order to be whitelisted on the Minecraft server? On my PST, yeah. So right now it is 8:55 a.m. for me. Also, I gotta update the today command. Okay, so I'm not gonna say 0 hours. I don't want people to be able to play with 0 hours. So 1, 2. Let me make these ranges. 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, and then rolling. I think what I'm going to do is this. There is an option that I want to. Hey, Chief, and hey, Echo. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, thanks, EJ. 100. How much time do you have? Do you even want to play? Oh, whoa. Should have a ton of time in chat. 76 hours. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, okay, maybe I should make these numbers a little bit higher then so that you guys can have more valid ranges. Yeah, I'll say 5 to 8, and then 9 to 16, and then 17 plus here. How about that? Okay, there was one other option that I wanted to give that I don't know if it'll be too confusing or it'll pollute the poll at all. But what I wanted was something like, you need 1 plus the number of hours that I've been streaming for that day. So that basically there's no way you could have acquired, you need to have been in the channel for an hour beforehand. Hey, Asku. Okay. Please check both a number. Please choose a number and a time frame. So how many hours should a person have in my stream in order to be whitelisted? So this many hours, and so hours can be accumulated even on the day of the stream, and hours only count if accumulated before the stream starts. I'm glad you got my email. You might also want to come up with some criteria for speaking in Discord. Yeah, I think the speaking in Discord part is a little bit easier for me because you have to have already met this criteria. Because like I'll ask who you are in game, and I can verify you by having you type the same thing in game as in chat. And then it's very easy to just mute you. I feel like that's something I don't mind doing. But banning someone, like I would ban people in both the stream and the game, and that's something I should write down. Note: if you get banned in game, you get banned in the stream. Oh, I don't have a Fire TV, Chief, so I'm not sure about that. Either way, Chrome doesn't have a Twitch app, I don't think, or what's it called, Chromecast. And hey, Superman. Okay, so please choose a number and a time frame. So hours can be accumulated even on the day of the stream. Hours only count if accumulated before the stream starts. Yeah. So, are you set on using Discord? I'm not set on it, but I do think it's probably the easiest because you don't need to download anything extra. You can just use a website if you want. Also, I don't actually know in Minecraft if you have the PC version, you can only play with people with the PC version, right? Anyway, what do I even think before clicking this? I would probably say, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to bias you guys. I'll see what the results are as they roll in. So I'll do this. We'll just kind of run this here. Yeah, PC only. Okay. Yeah. So people are going to be on PC only. I think having them use Discord is fine because it's just a website and there's no registration needed, or at least no verification needed. I guess you need to pick a name at the very least. Yeah. So yeah, but I appreciate it, Echo. That is really nice of you. Um, yeah. Okay. So let me take a look at these results off screen for just a sec. I just want to see what people say. Okay. So yeah, 2 people have voted for hours only count if accumulated before the stream starts. Also, they want like a large amount of hours. I guess this is what happens when you ask the people who were here at the beginning of the day. Well, I'll ask this throughout the day, I think. As far as hours counting if you accumulated before the stream starts, I would probably have to write just a very quick command that would let me verify like time as of Minecraft day. So I should write all this stuff down over here. Oh, whoops. I never removed these people from Lunch BRB. I really need to start doing this. Did I write anything down about Minecraft? Okay, so Minecraft day rules. And I know this is not botland stuff, but I'm going to spend just a little bit of time working on it. So I'll say these are the rules, and I'll post these that day. If you get banned in game, you get banned in the stream. Put whitelist qualification rules here. So next time when I seem to just spam emotes, I wouldn't ban someone for just spamming emotes. Well, spamming, yes, but if it's just emote-based messages, then that's fine. I kind of think you were bike shedding. I've never heard that term before. What does bike shedding mean? Futile investment of time and energy in marginal technical issues. Yeah, so I don't know how popular. Okay, I don't know where my stream's going to show up on the Minecraft list, and I don't want people who just randomly show up on that day after, an hour to be able to join, and then they turn out to be a huge jerk. That's kind of the issue here. And I would ban people anyway, but sometimes you don't know that they're being a jerk until they've done something jerky. Like ruin a structure in Minecraft. But okay, yeah. I'll have to figure this out. So let's put this here. And I'll ask a couple times. It's possible that I don't do a whole lot here. All right, and then maybe there are some other rules. Yeah. Well, yeah, regulars that I know, I can basically ignore checking qualifications. Like Chief, Spurtman, Echo, if any of you want to play, I'd just say like, yeah, I don't need to check your time. You've probably been here for long enough. Um, it's the people who probably lurk in chat but could be a regular. So there are some people who've accumulated like 50 hours in chat and who've never typed anything. And and that's fine. I want them to be able to play too. And yeah, I plan on streaming an Echo. I don't really plan on interacting too much with chat that day. I think it depends. Like I kind of want to just relax that day and see what happens. So if I glance over a chat and I respond to it, then like great. Wow, cool. Node on the app ended. Okay, so that's it. Next update today. Today is going to be pretty much the same thing it's been. This will probably take at least until the 28th. And then we'll say last update. Oh my god, this is perfect. I'm updating this at 9:04 a.m. today. I don't need to update the time. Okay. There we go. So Adam is working on getting the game servers on AWS. This will probably take at least until March 28th type DevOps. So yeah, great, cool. All right, so that's done. This is not done. I still haven't figured out what day off I'm going to take. I don't think I'm just going to make it tomorrow. I think that's kind of ridiculous at this point. And then next week, I think I should make it the 6th. Darn it, I don't know. I wanted to take like just a vacation day for me to do nothing. Okay, let's do something quickly. Can I take a picture of just this? Yeah. So I think this is out of the question this day. And I'm not sure about this day. It's pretty much one of these. I think I'm just gonna make it the 6th. Yeah, let's go with the 6th. Okay. 4/6 it is. So I just need to add that to my schedule. Add day off to schedule 4/6. I'll write April 6th for the people who are confused. Okay, there. I think I'm pretty much done with the administrative stuff. That was about 10 minutes. Oh, only been working on this for a few months. You already accumulated paid time off. There's no paid time on, so there's no such thing as paid time off. Alright, so in the shared code base, there's a logger.info call that prints something like this. Yeah, I'm gonna need to figure this out. I'm spamming it for you. Okay. What are we up to, by the way? Because it's a 40 slot server, which, out of curiosity, 40 slots is fine. I don't think that's a problem. But let's say we wanted 45 people afterward. Is that something you change on the fly, or do you need to take the server down? Wow, we actually got a decent amount of responses. And I voted, right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. This is pretty good. I like this. I think it'll be fun. I actually briefly debated on whether I should set up a sort of like story or I don't want to do that. It's a creative server, so I want people to be creative. But I thought, what if at the very beginning, based on what number you were person to join, we split you into like a fake faction, and then you were either on team A or B, and just I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna do that. But oh. Echo. That's funny. Okay. And I'm guessing 100 megabytes per slot is going to be good enough. We don't expect that like 20 people will somehow take up 200 megabytes. I haven't hosted a public Minecraft server before, just one for my friends. Okay, so the issue is that it uses a completely different logger than everything else. I may need to change the code so that these take in a logger rather than depending on a root logger. So yeah, I think solution number one, pass a logger all over the place. And solution number two is only, this probably won't work, only require botland logger from the root. Yeah, I don't think this will work. I don't think this will work because requirements should be explicit. Wait a second, though. No, wait. This is wrong, right? If I go to this and I hit run. It didn't print any of this as info. I think this is a problem with npm update. npm list botland logger. Oops. Wow, that was... Hey, Mr. Cheap. Okay, so I have 1.0.1. Has this ever been updated? Does it exist as an update somewhere? 1.0.2. Oh, it does. Oh, maybe that's the problem then. Maybe these all just need to be the same version and then there's no issue. So if I do an npm update here, and then I run this, oh, that fixed everything. Well, that was easy. That's super easy. Solution number 3, npm update. This fixed everything. Node caches based on version. Node caches modules based on version. Nice. Well, I'm glad, because this would have taken like an hour to fix with solution number 1, or maybe longer. And this might have worked, but if it didn't, then I would have just been back to solution number 1. So I just need to update. But then there was an issue here, right? Let's take a look at something. So if I go into here and I do find stir botland logger package.json, are all of these stars? Oh, this is more output than I would have liked. No, wait, there's... Okay, I gotta do this. Pipe this into find stir v node modules. There we go. Okay, and then let's pipe that to a text file and open up that text file. So then we remove all the lines that look like this. No, wait, all the lines that look like this. Yeah, we're left with nothing. No, so then every single thing is including this as a star. How could this have possibly happened on AWS, where an npm update is guaranteed to have run? It's quite bizarre. Maybe I didn't... Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense. Huh. Hey, Blackmaster Prox. Wait, what else did I miss? Hang on. No nerd polls? Yeah. And 50 players are fine to be hosted on one game. ID Eric says, how often do you stream? What kind of things are you streaming? Coding, gaming, etc. So I stream, well, Mr. Cheap is close to correct. I stream for 8 hours Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. So just not Thursday. But other than that, it's all weekdays. And I'm streaming Botland, which Echo typed a command that brings you to this YouTube video. What is Botland? Whoops. So I am just streaming myself basically coding the game. There have been a total of maybe 3 hours over the past 6 months where after hours I'll stream something else. Oh, actually that changed because I did a celebration day. So 7 hours over the past 6 months. An average of 1 hour a month I will stream something different. And this weekend is another one of those cases where I'll be streaming myself playing Minecraft with the viewers. So it's almost entirely games development and programming. And yeah, to find out more about the game, you can find out there. You can also actually play the game right now, assuming it's even online. Let's find out if it's online. This server has been pretty flaky, as in the code I wrote is probably pretty flaky. But yeah, this is online. That's not working correctly. Oh, that just took a very long time. But yeah, the game is online. I can load up my bots, deploy a couple of these. Yeah, okay, it's good. Does Adam change his clothes? No, that's a different shirt. I was wearing a green shirt in that. I mean, I'm wearing the same hoodie, obviously. Like, sure. And my hair looks different. That's Adam's stream shirt. guys wouldn't know who's streaming if I didn't wear the same shirt all the time. Makes me sound like a slob. I don't think I'm a slob. Okay. So we got that stuff. I actually just should move the finished things to the bottom. There. Okay, perfect. So then now we can focus on real game server stuff. It's been like 2 days of prep for this. So Overseer starts and sees that there are no game servers. This is the stash pushed code that I had. Let me make sure I've got nothing outstanding here. Good. I think I can stash pop now. I think. Do you want to see changes? Yes. How do you see the message you typed into the stash? Doesn't make any sense. But either way, this does have everything. So I think we're good. Okay, I think all of this is fine. This obviously needs to change. That's what I struggled with the other day. So that's good. What about this? This dot game server state equals. This is totally wrong. Like totally wrong. This needs to be game server state dot ID. And then we have the rest of the stuff working fine. Oh, and thanks for the follows, people. Tunalare and ID Eric. And if I'm ever pronouncing a name wrong, just let me know. I have an entire list of name pronunciations somewhere here. Yeah, see? It's an entire page now. Yeah. Okay, so this means I should keep track of how many I'm attempting to provision. I think the best way to do this is to trust AWS and use describe instances and see which ones are in the pending state based on their tags. Yeah, so this was, like I said, there was like 2 days of prep work for sort of this section of the to-do list. And the last day, so Monday, was the work that went into this. I needed a tag, and now I finally have tags. Wait a second. What did I even just show on stream right there? What was that? I just want to make sure that wasn't something that I should not have shown. No, this isn't bad. Yeah. There was a picture of my now dead cat. Look at this cat. You shouldn't put a cat on a leash. Yeah, sure, man. Okay, so cats aside, let's focus on the real business here. Yeah, so I started to write this out. I don't think I got to the point where it was finished, or even like close to finished. Get game servers being provisioned. So this is the code I wanted to call, and I believe I have this now, and I think it's in the modules folder. So I have AWS in here. Let's close the other tabs and then take a look for this. And why is this not showing me anything? Well, this is very unhelpful, Sublime. Why did that take so long? What if I do this again? Oh, now it's instantaneous. Unusual. So I tested this code out. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Let's try this out. So describe instances in state with tag. Now the things that we get back from this are going to be reservations. Where's describe test? Yeah, the things that print out are reservations. So I get data.reservations, and then I find out how many of these things exist. And then each reservation has instances. Because I can reserve many at once, that's right. Oh, I never thought about that. Huh. Okay, so I just got to count these things up. Oh yeah, we lost our cat for like 2 straight days because it just ran away one time when we were outside. And we found it. This was actually my idea. I had a laser pointer with a little keychain, and every time we would jingle that, the cat would come running. So we just walked down the street and started jingling this laser pointer keychain, and the cat eventually came out of a field. got a lot of pets that night. It's a Swedish word. In English, idea rich. How do you want me to pronounce your name then? Because it doesn't sound. How would you like me to pronounce your name? And hey, Merlin. And hey, Weedley. Everyone's a joining today. Hi to all. So one of the questions I need to ask is, do I ever actually care about the instances in this case? I don't think I do. Maybe I only care about the number? See, this is something I need to abstract behind an API. This is definitely a good idea. So, yeah, maybe I do this. Get number of instances in state with tag. I know this is a long API name. Actually, tags. So we want to do all of this same stuff. And then do this. Return this. No, not even this. Return the function with all these same arguments. Dot then data. And all we need to do here is sum up the number of instances across each reservation. So you want to do something like this. Yeah, let's do this. Underscore dot for. So let's do const reservation. I don't need to do that. For each data dot reservations. Reservation. Let sum equal 0. So each reservation we're going to count up the number of size reservation dot instances. It's an array. I could just do reservation dot instances dot length. I think this is fine. We already have Lodash here, so we could use it. We don't have to use it. And that's it. That's all we need to do. Then we just say return sum. Okay. So now I have a function to do this. I should really, really test this. So let's go into, where is this thing? It's in AWS, but I can't, no, it's not. It's not even there. It's here. And then I run node, I do AWS util equals require dot slash let sum equal 0. Wow, that didn't even work. Why not? Block scope declarations not yet supported outside of strict mode. I never put a use strict at the top here. Huh, problem solved. Yeah. For those who don't know, someone came into chat yesterday. I don't think they'd been here at all before. And they they said, "You seem confident. Why do you use Windows?" Which I get the general sentiment of why do you use X a lot of the time? Like a lot of the time. Usually with Bing and sometimes with Windows. But I've never heard the first part of that, which is you seem competent. So why do you do this? All right. Oh, I gotta export this too. No, this is why you test things. Can't stress that enough. Describe. So there's describe and then there's get number. Or I could pass. Maybe I could do a get and then make a more generic function of just count instances. Because you get data back. Wait, what? Try to explain how to pronounce it. Do you want me to just call you Eric? It doesn't sound like, I mean, if this is a, what do you say, a Swedish word, then I don't think Eric is intended because that's not probably your name. Derek. You got to come up with something. Otherwise, you can't talk in chat. That's it, because I can't respond to you. Or I have to go learn Swedish. Rick Bart is around slowly. Okay, fine. This will never work. But there's already someone. Okay. There's no winning. So one of the questions I have is, do I want to do this into another function, like this dot then foo bar best dot then data, and then I do something like return, or no, const get count of instances data. This is much more generic. I think this is a lot better. Yeah, I think this is better. So this just, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So this describes instances, and then we'll say get number of instances, or get count of instances. Data response. So all we have to do here is this. Done. There. Now we just change the name of this variable to this. So given the response from describe instances, assuming it's not an error, this will simply count all of the instances that were returned. This way, a generic function exists to count instances returned, since callers of any of these APIs shouldn't be expected to know implementation details. This is an object, right? Yeah, and this returns a number. Googling on text-to-speech. Oh, this is it. I press this button. No, that's speech input.
Ederek.
Ederek. All right, I'm gonna just say that, and we're gonna act like I'm pronouncing it correctly. Or you'll be like some of the other people who enter and just never come back to the stream, and then it doesn't. Ederek. Translates to idea. He spelled his name wrong. Yeah, we do have one ID. I'd. Hey, Mike. Okay, so yeah, I think this is what I want to do here. So let's test this out. Oh, I also need to export this function before I forget. Okay, so let's require that, and then do AWS util dot describe instances in state with tags. So the state is running, the tag is type, and the value allowed is like overseer #1. So this won't exist. That's fine. Oh, missing region. Okay, so this will be nothing. right? So what is data that gets returned here? Console.log data. Reservations. It's an empty array, which means that this function should work correctly. Get count of instances. Yeah, because for each just won't do anything. Okay, I think this will work. I think the only real way to test this is to actually create an overseer and try this out. Oh, whoops. I can't do that until I change this code. Okay, well, let's do that then. Alright, so hopefully I have no instances running. Yes, I don't. Good. So create overseer 1. Now when I run this code again, it'll say that I have 1 in the pending state. So let's make this pending. But this won't be pending forever, so I got to type this really quickly apparently. So console.log AWS util dot, I'm not going to be able to type this fast enough. Data. Oh, it worked. It's 1. So that 1 is going to print until this moves from the pending state into the running state. So I think the better way to do this is just change it to running right now. Yeah, it's 0 right now, and eventually this thing will mark it as running. It's still pending. Pending. Ah, there we go. Now it's marked as running. So now when I write ls here, yeah, it's in the running state. We're good. Okay. Yeah, so this is working well, I think. So let's just comment this function too. So fetches instance data for all instances filtered that pass the filter of instance state name, which is either, it's one of those, oh man, there's so much to write here. Where's the API? Here it is. So they have describe instances, this one, and then they have in the filters, what you can pass in here is instance state name, and it can only be one of these. Yeah. Yeah. Instance state name and a single tag. So this is a string or an array of strings. The allowed states. Actually, I'll just write this. Okay, there's that. Tag key is a string. The key of your tag. For example, if you tag an instance with name, with like name equals, I don't know, account server, then name is your key. And allowed tag values is either a string or an array of strings. The values allowed for the tag, for example, you could specify account server database if you want for the name tag. Okay, and then finally it returns a promise. Oh, you apparently shouldn't do that. Okay, so it returns a promise that resolves to the data returned by AWS. This typically, as a caller of this function, you should probably not parse this data yourself. So pass it to a function like get count. Okay, there. So this is an overly long comment, but it accurately describes this stuff. It's a very simple function too. I mean, just passes a couple of filters in here. Not difficult. But now we have this written. Now I should really check this in. I already tested it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, well, no harm, no foul. That's okay. We can just do that again. All right, so let's just do this one more time. We require the package. We set the region. And did I write anything about setting region in there? Region sets this. Yeah, I guess I could write this here too. I don't know how many different places I should write this. Okay, then we just run this and everything works. Perfect. Okay, let's check it in. And I need to bump the version number as well, which I did not do. So let's change this to 1.2.0. And then I'll need to publish it again right after I look into this. So this is now requiring Lodash. Good. It has constant version numbers, no semver. And the code we already tested and it works. So added a couple of functions, describe instances, and give count of instances. Okay, so we push that. I shouldn't need to type this, so let me go get this password from over here. Okay, and then I publish. So let's get out of here and just do an npm publish. Perfect. All right, that part's done. Now for the caller side of things. So here's where I want to do this and figure out how many of these things are being provisioned. Now the ones that are being provisioned will eventually register themselves with us. So this is only important to figure out how many we should be provisioning. And what if I had shut down the overseer completely? I guess we'd want to get all the ones in the running state. That's something I'll have to do at some point. Account for the scenario where an overseer starts in a system where endpoints were already configured. Ideally, this shouldn't even happen. So, for example, imagine if an overseer were started in a totally empty system. It will provision a couple of game servers. The game servers won't even work until there's an account server running. So I guess none of this should happen until I know of an account server. There's a lot to figure out. So it'll provision a couple of game servers. Now imagine that the overseer is killed, leaving no overseers, and then restarted. The game servers will be zombies, since they won't try registering themselves with the overseer again. So the overseer needs to reach out to them. It's actually not a very difficult process. Oh, there's a new follow. People are testing my pronunciation. Well, I'll show you. I'll just thank you for your kindness and not say your name. Thanks for following. Alright, so for example, imagine an overseer. Yeah, this is a pretty spooky program. But that's not something I want to worry about yet. What I do need to worry about is how many are being provisioned, though, because nothing would know about those. Although if I'm doing that, that kind of implies the same thing. No. This needs to be done. No, this is different. This function exists because we will periodically try making new game servers, and we shouldn't discount the ones that are currently being provisioned. Right, so this should probably return a promise. How do you want your name pronounced, by the way? I am collecting name pronunciations. Would you like to file one? Well, I have this. This needs to change slightly. Look for servers in the pending state that are tagged with game server. That's not even that are tagged as game servers. That makes more sense because these tags are going to change. And the module's already, it's somewhere in here. There's tag type value. Fine. So I guess I do this. I say something like const tag type value equals endpoint types dot data endpoint types dot IDs dot game server dot get tag type value. So this is obnoxious. How about we do this? We do game server endpoint type equals just this section. There, I think that looks a little bit better. Is that even the right function though? Get tag type value, yeah, it is. Okay, so then this thing can go here. It doesn't need to be an array. Might as well make it an array because it's going to get converted into one anyway, so I guess this saves. Actually, this might not save time. I think we'll just do whatever makes the most sense, which is not pass it in as an array. Then the pending state will also not pass that as an array. Okay, so this will get everything that is in the pending state. Then what we do is we take the data that we get from that and we say const count equals AWS util dot get count of instances data. Now we have a count. Now what do we do? This all comes back to this. There should be a provision in place to make sure that we don't do something like check for games, but yeah. I guess whenever this is done, we need to figure out how many we need here and how many we have. So I think this is a partial API. I think I need to come up with something else here. Like for now, this is good, I guess. I don't have a... Look for servers in the pending state that are tagged as game server. Okay, so to do, figure out how many game servers we need and then provision those. Or maybe we just return the count here. And then this changes into get num game servers being provisioned. Yeah. It's Pythagorean, but I'm French. Then it's the French pronunciation. Oh, people are really testing me today. Alright, I'll have to look this up and then practice it. Look up. Did I just remove something from here that I didn't mean to remove? Yeah, I did. Okay, so look up how to pronounce. It's the French pronunciation of... No. I believe that it's true. What I'm saying is Usually, maybe once every week or two, there's a name that is difficult to pronounce, and now it's been two in one day. Pythagorean and not necessarily Pythagoras. I mean, is this gonna help me? I'm not even gonna click listen. I'll figure it out, or I'll never say your name. All right, so we have this. What else has changed in the endpoint monitor? Actually, that's it. No, it's not. Has ready game server. So, get first ready game server. I think. Oh, this isn't. No, this isn't Pythagorean. This is Pythagoras, right? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we'll write this here. I think it's this. Yeah, I only speak a very little bit of French. So this might appeal to you. Okay, so get first ready game server. It's not really this. It's more like get a game server. Get or provision game server. Get or provision game server. And I might cut out some of these functions at some point. So let's say const ready game server equals this dot get first ready game server. If not util dot exist ready game server, then provision game. Actually, that's not even true. It's get num game servers being provisioned. And maybe we have some rate checking here. Actually, this should probably be written this way. If util.exists ready game server, then return promise.resolve ready game server, because we already have one. So if it doesn't exist, then we check how many we have provisioned. So const provision count equals this. Get num game servers being provisioned, except for you can't do that because this is a promise. So we got to do it this way. Dot then count. So if count is less than, actually if count equals 0, then we have to provision them. So provision game server, and then we pass in a desired count. Maybe we'll just pass in 1 for right now. But then what does this do? This eventually needs to resolve with a game server. This is not a good idea. I need to think of the flow for this. Hey, Remy. Alright. So 6 player. Well, I don't know. Suppose there are 5 game servers and 30 players, meaning 5 games. This means the servers are at 100% utilization. So now another 6 players want, say, join game. They should be put into a new game server together, but the overseer doesn't have any. First, I would argue that the solution is to prevent this from happening, but that's not always possible. E.g., if there's an unexpected spike of people. So once it has happened, I guess the matchmaker reaches out and says, these 6 people want the game. No, I think this should be retry logic, not wait logic. Which means they can't. Oh, this is gonna be hard to do. Okay, so either the overseer waits until it has provisioned a game server to respond, or it responds immediately saying, try again later. The beard is gone, yeah. So I wonder which one of these makes more sense. Okay, so let's just write it out, I guess. If it waits until a game server is ready, I don't know, anywhere up to 2 minutes may have passed, and those players may not want a game server any longer. Plus, it would make sense that as soon as one is provisioned, we would pass that back to the matchmaker. Derek links this. Okay. Pronunciation. It'll be back. Twitch never judges. Twitch judges everybody for the littlest things. It waits until the game server is ready. Anywhere up to 2 minutes may have passed, and those players may not want a game server any longer. Plus, it would make sense that as soon as one is provisioned, we'd pass it back to the matchmaker. So that means we really need to be doing checks all the time to see. No, we don't. What am I talking about? Okay, so when a game server is finished, yeah, I think this is going to be tough. Being provisioned by AWS, it will. Does run instances ever return anything? It returns an AWS request. Oh, this is interesting too. There's so much to consider. Anyone know when all streamers have been migrated to Twitch's new IRC servers? I don't know. My bot's probably going to break if it hasn't already broken. No, it's working. I have 31 points. I'm such a pleb. Yeah, the return value that I get back here is described somewhere down here. I don't know where. Where is this? Callback. Called when a response from the service is returned. The response object containing error data properties in the original request object. So launch time. Huh. Yeah, these are pretty much all the things that were passed in though. This is what they meant by original request. Oh, interesting. A handle to the operation request for subsequent event callback registration. Because I would want a callback on this. You reset your points? Yeah, I did. I wanted to test if Lunch BRB would whisper me if I didn't have enough points. So I took away all but one of them. Yeah, there are a lot of things that can go wrong here. A lot of little things. So there's a request. Moving default listeners. Request dot on complete. Okay. So I could have an event listener. How does that even work? Sell mod to get points. I don't think I'll be doing that. However, none of that will matter if an overseer crashes before the event listener is received. I need a way to know whether I've provisioned this thing or not. I guess if I'm the overseer and something is failing repeated health checks. Yeah, this is an issue. What? This is ridiculous. You guys shouldn't be giving me points. Alright, I'll just make it so you don't want to give me points. How about that? There. Okay, yeah. There's another scenario I need to account for. So, master overseer tells AWS to provision a game server. Then the master crashes. The secondary needs to know how to finish provisioning the game server. Hey, Dodgewell. Yeah, so here's the issue. Provisioning is really two different steps. One is asking Amazon for a machine, and then the second one is putting a game server onto it. And I said I'd use Ansible for that for now. There's nothing that's running on the machine. So, okay. So either the game server, how about this? The game server may have even been set up completely, but right before registering itself, the overseer may have crashed, or the game server may not have even started the Ansible process, or the game server may have gotten partway through the Ansible process. Yeah, Void Dreamer hasn't actually been here for a little while, huh? I think I should make him a moderator again. He was much more active when he was a moderator. Hey, Noob for lunch. So if I did have some sort of agent running on these machines, then I guess I need to bake it into an image. There's a lot of issues here. Event listener, maybe I check to see all the ones that were recently provisioned, but that I don't know about. Maybe I check all of the game servers. Hey, Bognar. So one could be run an agent via the AMI directly that will keep track of the status of the machine, whether it's been provisioned or not. It won't know whether it's up to date. And I guess I could always just query the machine directly. This isn't very different from querying the machine directly. If it responds to a health check, then I know that it's online and I can figure out what version it is. If it doesn't respond, then I know that I have to finish provisioning it. So this is one thing. Second thing is query AWS for all running game servers and make sure they're being tracked by the program. I don't think this is very different. Superman likes Python. And probably something obscure. Run an agent via the AMI directly. They'll keep track of the status of the machine. This is basically a machine went down. I don't know what game servers I'm actually being... I actually know about, which ones I don't know about. Maybe, you know what I should do? Maybe tag instances that registered as having registered. Tag instances that we just provisioned as being unregistered. That's another way I could do this actually, and then I could let Amazon do the filtering of this. No. You don't hate Java? Wow. Tag instances that registered as having registered. Tag instances that we just provisioned as being unregistered. When an overseer starts up, it can know... What happens if we try reaching out to one that failed a health check? What happens on the game server side of that? Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of issues here. When an overseer starts up, it can query. Maybe I don't even plan for this happening, or I keep better track of this somehow. It can query all unregistered instances. Yeah, so another thing I gotta account for is a game server registered itself, but then runs into a restart loop for some reason. E.g., the logs folder is full, so the game server can't ever start. I don't know. I'm just making something up. Make a database every time you start one, add it to the DB. Yeah, and then that database needs to be shared. And the database needs to be reliable too. But I guess that is another solution. Make a database and keep track of all instances in there. The DB needs to be reliable and accessible to both overseers. Shake says, what's he doing right now? And hey, Walter, I'm working on putting my game servers on the cloud, and it's not a very easy process. RDS is fine. Use a DB to sync other data between overseers too. Hey, Deadbringer. I could just make another table. And thanks for following, Shake. Man, there's so much to consider. So even if I had this in the database, I guess I could keep track of other things here too. And then how would I guess this would be something that only when I'm running on a cloud platform I would need to do. This means that the overseers need to be able to talk to the database. I guess they could just use Connects for that, but then they need to set up the schema as well. The overseers would then need to be able to set up this table in RDS. They need to be able to connect to the database. And they need to, well, there need to be a lot of new code. You might be bike shedding here. That's why I need the game to be very light, Wouter. Oh man, there's a lot to account for here. There are a lot of scenarios that would be nice to be able to test, but are probably going to be very, very hard to do as well. Imagine if you wrote the front end of Botland in Java. There was a time where I was doing that. So Botland has gone through like 5 iterations. The very, very first one was Python, and that was just a very quick prototype. And the next one I spent about 2 years on, and it was Java. And the game was very different. I wrote my own sort of scripting language, and I was using Java on the front end and the back end. It was too big of a project. I don't think I could have handled that. I was working full time the whole time too, so it's not like I had a lot of time to work on it. Hey, Hydra. It's going well. I I think there's a lot of design to work on this morning, and then it'll be implementing the design in the afternoon. Shouldn't worry about edge cases until it happens because there are millions and they're all pretty time consuming. Show us? Oh, I can't show you guys that game yet. Not for a while. I don't think I could even show you. Let me see what pictures I have. There's a lot of these. Yeah, I don't think I can show you this stuff. Hang on, let me turn off my monitor for just a sec and take a look at these pictures. Okay, there. Now I can turn it back on. Let's see if there's anything interesting I can show you here. No, this all looks pretty bad. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to show this stuff. Yeah, no, I'm not going to show it. Hey, JWL. Okay, so yeah, the other thing is ignore some of these edge cases. Ignore some of the edge cases. Well, what about how about the not edge cases then? Which I guess is this. Someone wants to join a game. They should be put into a new game server, but the overseer doesn't have any. So these solutions were really for this problem down here. Yeah, and this problem, Yeah, so ignore that part. I guess it's if the overseer says, I don't have any, try again, then the matchmaker needs to know to not remove those players and probably not to increase their flexibility rating. You spin one up and let them sit in the queue. Yeah, but something needs to know to respond to them. Well, and also, if a player doesn't want to play, the matchmaker, I guess, should still be tracking them. So, okay, I guess it would make more sense for the overseer to keep track of this stuff, though. Let me take a look at the rest of this that I had. Client opens the socket, sensor ID. Tells the matchmaker finds it leases a game server from the overseer, tells that server the ID of all players. Yeah, I guess it should just be done in the matchmaker then. Oh, there's still a question though of does it just keep retrying or not. I guess that doesn't matter. That's probably an implementation detail. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, EJ. Yeah. I could just have the matchmaker not look for matches unless game servers are available. What is this? It's a very strange form factor. Interesting. It's me. Alright, I need to give you however many points you gave me plus 1. How many points did you give me? Yeah. There. Okay, so... Oh, Mr. Cheap is speaking in tongues. A normal day for Twitch chat. Okay, so this is good. And then it can just not update users in that case either. Like, I can't do things that way. Hey, you're bullying people now. I should take 100 points from you. So then what this means is that the overseer should always have a buffer and should keep track of allocating a larger buffer on its own. And at any point, someone will want to query the overseer and say, how many servers do you have right now? So that's all coming from here. We need to basically figure out how many ready game servers do we have. And I don't have an easy way of doing that yet. So get num ready game servers. So we want to do, let's do this. All right, quit it with the point gifting. Unless there's an actual reason to give points. So there's a count by. Create an object composed of keys. No, that's not what I want. No, that's filter. So I mean, filter's kind of what I want. I just want to do a count though. I wonder if there is. No, I don't see it there. I could just write my own, I guess. And no, I'm not using DevDocs because the last time I was using DevDocs, I wanted to get the source code and they get rid of these buttons. So I needed to go back to the Lodash docs in order to click this button to get to exactly what I wanted to see. So I figured I might as well just use Lodash's documentation is really good anyway. Yeah, filter.length, I can do that. All right. I guess that unnecessarily creates a lot of, well, what do I care at this point? Const num this dot non-critical endpoints. So get the ones, man, it's actually like too bright in here right now. Just go close the blinds. I can't see my monitors, which are set to like super dark all the time. All ready. So this. So this needs to be exposed as an API. I need to make sure to do that. Expose get ready game servers as an API. Adam is a vampire. All right, I'm just gonna shut the blinds. And now, to fix this predicament, let's run some giveaways. There. I'm pretty sure it's rigged. Can I win a giveaway? Okay, so the Overseer has a REST server already. And this REST server is exposed to, yeah, it's exposed to everyone. Set up internal routes. So I would set up one for the number of available game servers that I have. Back to the darkness. It all depends. Depends on what people do with my lights. Okay, and then if I don't have any, so this is the stuff that I wanted to work on right now is provisioning this. It gets the number of game servers. I need to probably structure things on the Overseer such that querying game servers is super easy. I think I should put game servers into their own list. Yeah, Marco Stone, doesn't work. So get the number being provisioned, and then there is actually a provision game servers, but this is only if, we need to keep track of rates and everything. But still, I can write this function, provision game servers, num servers to provision. What are you giving away? So Jack Jake, the same thing that you get when you follow. It's just control over the lights in the back of my room there. So you will get a whisper from Botlad pretty soon. And you can use that. Well, you'll see. Okay, provision game servers. This is the part that is difficult. So I need to do a run instances call. I need to do basically what this thing does. Create account server. I have create game server. This calls into create instance, which I need to make. Okay, yeah. So one of the things I probably should do here is change AWS main.js so that it uses AWS util like everything else. This Spin up a server when you have less than. Oh yeah. So EJ, I plan on doing that. Right now it's going to be capped at probably 2. But yeah, I definitely need to do that. Dan says, when I stream, CMDR doesn't show up in the stream. It's like invisible. What do you do? Use different or special for CMDR? I don't do anything special. I have it showing everything that's on my monitor. So as long as I have a program on my monitor, it'll show up there. Sign a partition. I think you'll need 420 signatures to get that to pass. All right. Yeah, so this provision game servers, this needs to call into create instance, which I have here, and this needs to keep track of all of these different constants that I'll need. And it's only the overseer that's going to be tagging these things. So maybe it's worth making just overseer constants at this point. Make overseer constants until they need to be shared. We'll have the tag type key type and various other things like everything from here, security groups, security group IDs, etc. This will likely need to be changeable at runtime. Huh, Dan, that is strange. So I'm not sure. Jack, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, that took me a long time to do. That's probably why you haven't seen it on other streams. That was like 3 days of coding. Granted, it didn't need to be that long. I could probably do it faster this time, but... Okay, so I need something in... Yeah, I need something in here that'll actually call create instance. Oh boy, the dependencies just keep stacking on top of each other. But hey, I think this will take about a week, and that's what we're seeing right now. So it's mostly this. I guess I can paste this into here. But if it's in AWS util, that means they need to be shared constants, or that they need to be passed in. Either everything is specifiable. No, there's going to be AWS specific stuff here. Who specifies? Who should specify the security group IDs? The overseer, in which case it needs AWS specific data, or the AWS util module, in which case it needs to know how to it needs to be customizable at runtime. Oh, what am I doing? So I've been working on a game called Botland for the last 6 months and 10 days or 14 days or something like that. So 6.5 months. And this video that I just put into chat will tell you all about the game itself. What I'm working on now is what you see in the video is one game being played. And imagine that these are players. They're not. They're computers. But imagine that they're players. Great. There are 6 people who can go on to one game at a time. What I'm working on is getting it so that this will scale and be available as well. So let's say 600 people want to play, then there need to be 100 games, and I need to have an infrastructure that allows me to do that. So that's what I've been working on for the last month and a half, is the infrastructure part, and it's going to take another month or month and a half. I was hoping to get this done by May 8th. That's my self-imposed deadline for this. So we'll still see. There's a lot of work to be done, and at any given point you can always type today with an exclamation point to figure out what I'm working on the day. I try to keep that up to date. So yeah, hopefully that's helpful. If not, feel free to ask any questions. The game is playable right now. You can spend loyalty points, get access to it. I haven't been updating the game itself because I've been working on the back end for so long. So I think the overseer can specify this. I think that's fine. it would be easier to change these values then. But there could be overrides for them, I suppose. But no, I think the overseer should just know what these are. And thanks. Yeah. I think they should. At least the game hasn't fallen apart yet. I don't know if you mean that it's gotten too complex or something, or that I just abandoned it. But yeah, I definitely don't plan on abandoning it. I think there's a lot of complexity that I have to work through, and as long as I make some amount of progress, I'm fine. There was an entire week where I felt like I wasn't, and that got to me a lot. Because usually this doesn't, it happens in shorter bursts than that. There's like, a day or two that goes bad, not an entire week. But we've been past that for a while now, and now there's just tough stuff to do, but it's stuff that I think has some answers. Let's see. I think it should be from the overseer, so fine. So if the overseer is going to be the one that specifies this stuff, then I need an overseer's constants file for right now. I don't have something to that effect yet. It should be easy enough for me to make. Yeah, I don't have something like that. So let's do this in the same way that I did this over here with these constants. I'll just take this file and put it into the overseer folder and call this constant. And when we export this stuff, how do I want to do this? I think I'll just do this like this for now. Can I design a menu UI for the game? Not for official, just for fun, as I've done with college this week? I mean, sure you can. I do want to set expectations. We have a UI designer, and I didn't share this yet. You should expect me to work on some more art and UI stuff in a couple of weeks, probably starting on April 4th. So that's a Monday. Probably starting then. I'm not positive, but that's when we're expecting. And that'll happen for maybe like 3-ish days. So that's when I'll have a wireframe for the UI, and that's when we'll have some prototype artwork that I can start to mess around with. Now, that's going to be seen as more of a short interruption. I'm not going to fully overhaul the artwork of the game. I'm mostly just going to mess around with things, figure out how to get the best performance, and make things look good. How many people are working on Botland? So there are a total of 7 people. 2 are actually myself and one other person. We're the co-founders, and I'm the only coder of it. So everyone else is working on like art or design or some other aspect of the business. So what I need here is everything that was showing up in AWS util. This is gonna be something. So create instance. We have type of instance, user specified params. I need to pretty much specify all of this stuff. Yeah, dry run false. Let's get rid of that. Subnet ID. I could leave that there. It's hard coded to false. I don't see a problem with that. That way, if I ever did want to change it, I could. EBS optimized. What is that? I don't think I need this. I'm going to ignore that for now anyway. Oh, cool. Good job, Hydra. And yeah, Mike, I don't think swag will be happening anytime soon. I think there needs to be money coming in for that. I'll just pawn off my hoodies. That no one will know who I am when I stream. Okay, I've got to figure out how all of this is going to work. I think I want all of this to be specifiable. Yeah, I think I want all of it to be specifiable. It's AWS specific stuff though. So type of instance is just a tag. So user specified params. I'll just say params and then tags, or maybe tags first. Get rid of this stuff. No, these can be user specified params, that's fine. And I guess I could do what I did here too. Min count, max count. Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's definitely a lot to do here. What language are you programming the game in? It's almost all in JavaScript. I don't even have an EC2. This won't work. I need to do this. I need to do this here. Oh man. And this isn't even right. Much to do. This was supposed to do both of these. Oh man, yeah. Okay, I gotta think about this. So when I want to provision an instance, I want it to be tagged. I need to tag all of the instances that start up though, not just the first one. This was data.instances. I guess I want to go through all of them, tag them all. Get rid of this. Change it to logger.log. I don't even have a logger in here. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be slow work to get all this stuff done. I just gotta be careful about how I do all of this. So data.instances, this is what I get back from run instances. Let's take a look. Run instances. So where is the return value? Callback, data. Data, good. We have groups instances, one or more instances, and it's an array of maps. I think that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because I have things like instance ID in there. So does this also return a count for the number of instances? I don't think it really matters too much. And can you specify tags when you launch these? That would be pretty helpful. I don't see a section for tags here. So you need to tag it after it's already been started? That sounds less than great. Okay. So yeah, we need to go through each instance and make a new promise. And then I guess only resolve this once all of them have been tagged. What if tagging fails though? And tag resource, I didn't even write this function. So there's create and there's tag. All right, let's take a look at this one first. So we have resource ID. Oh, you can specify all the resources at once. Oh, that's actually pretty helpful. Okay, let's find this. What's it called? Create tags. Yeah. Adds or overwrites one or more tags. Each resource can have a maximum of 10. Key and optional value. Tag keys must be unique per resource. And Hydra, if you're fine with, like I said, we do have someone working on the interface, and I always appreciate seeing anything people do. It likely won't be used. So as long as you have that expectation, I think I don't know, I just feel uneasy a little bit, that's all. Because people have offered to do things in the past that I felt like I probably can't incorporate into the game. As far as colors, I have such a bad idea as far as visuals go that I don't think I could even say. So here's what the game looks like right now. It's very blue. I don't think it'll stay that way. So if you want to base it on what you see now, that's great. Otherwise, I would say you should probably pick the color scheme. Because yeah, I've never really ventured into visual arts. I'm very bad at that sort of thing. You'll all find out when I make terrible structures in Minecraft this weekend. Okay, so we should just pass all of the different resource IDs here. I want to make sure that I can do that first. So this just says resources string value, and it's the IDs of one or more resources to tag. Okay, so tag resource ID. And if this isn't, I can say resource IDs if, actually, yeah, let's do the same thing I did there as array. Oh, right, I'm in the wrong entire thing. All right, so tag resource IDs, put a bookmark here as array, copy this down to here. This. So resource IDs as array. I think I want to reverse this. Let's just say if it's already an array, resource IDs. Oh, but it's, no, this is fine. We can do it this way, resource IDs. Then resource IDs, otherwise that, we put this here. Doesn't need to be an array any longer. And then we have tags, tag key and tag value. For right now, again, I think it's just important to say one tag. So I'll say tag key, tag value. In the future, it might be worthwhile to have many of these. Google programmer art wasn't disappointed. I think one of my extensions stopped working. What's going on here? No, it doesn't even exist anymore. I don't have this extension. What happened? Huh. I'll just do that after this, I guess. Get an image resize extension for Chrome again. Yeah, it's just gone. Wait, what? What is this uptime thing for? This means people want to make like an odd shot or a GIF. What did I just do? What am I going to find out that happened later? Alright, so tag resource says. So let's put this here. Alright, we have the resource IDs, we have this, create tags, call the promise-abide function with params, console.log successfully tagged. Yeah, so I guess we need to use the logger. Means I need to install it. There was a way to, what if I said add next? No, that's not what I want. Okay, that's fine. We put this back to star. And then in here, now that we have the logger, we can use it. And any place that I had the console printing out, we can say this, although we really should be saying it with info. What is this, Hydra? Bring your image to an ambient lighting effect. Okay. This looks interesting. Not exactly what I wanted. I was using the extension I wanted. I don't know what happened to it. I just gotta find it again. Hey, if both of you typed uptime though, you're up to no good. Okay, so now I need to tag all of the instances that I get back. So I need to get all of the instance IDs. Do get all instance IDs and pass them to tag. I'll just do this right now. So let's collect them all up. Let's do this. So imagine that I'm in Node and I have some set of objects. Instance ID 0 or something like I-123 and instance ID I-456. So I do _.filter. Oops, I need to set that equal to something. _.filter a an element return e.instance ID. Object array is not a function. Wait, what? What if I just did this? Okay, I've screwed something up. Let me figure this out again. Yeah, I have screwed something up. _.filter is not a function. Oh, that's different. Oh, because I used, yeah, okay. Now, I don't think this will be usable. Yeah, so I need to do global dot that, and then set a over here, and then filter it. Canary property filter undefined. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm gonna try this out again, but just as a file this time. Have you told your wife any good stories about chat recently? I think so. Oh, I told her something yesterday. No, I'm not sure. I thought it was about the Reebok logo thing. No, I don't remember what it was. Maybe I didn't tell her that story. Okay. So I have this instances, and then I have _.filter instances instance return instance.instance ID. So this is the code that I wanted to run. Desktop del test test.js. Let's do. Does this have Lodash? Oh yeah, I also need to require that. Okay, there we go. So I got a bunch of stuff. Const use strict. And now I can just do node test. That apparently does work. Why does this not work in Node? Well, this isn't exactly what I wanted. Yeah, filter's not exactly what I want. I think I just want this. Yeah, there we go. All right. Well, I eventually got there. Now we just put this in here. So let's do const all instance IDs equals _.map data.instances instance return instance.instance ID. And then when we tag resources, we're going to tag them with, so logger.info finished creating data.instances.length instances. And I should really say what the tags are for this stuff. With tag key equals tag value. There we go. Pluck is what you want. No, I don't actually want to. Wait, maybe it is. I don't know. Let me find out what pluck does. Pluck doesn't exist. Yeah, maybe it existed in an old version. Gets a property value of path from all elements in collection. Yeah, this was renamed. Also, I wonder how this actually worked. I wonder what it was renamed to. They probably just renamed it. I don't think they got rid of it. It's probably like path by or I don't know what. How do you, there it is. Well, for some reason they don't talk about pluck here. Breaking changes, changelog. Whoa, what just happened? I'm gonna reset my mouse, which is probably causing that to happen. And we're gonna close all those changelog tabs. Remove pluck in favor of map with iterary shorthand. Oh, you can oh wow. Wait, so I could have done this exact same code, but just instead of this stuff, I could have just said instance ID. And that would have worked? Oh wow, cool. Okay, well, thank you. I mean, that still helps. Looks more like Haskell now. So I can just say this, instance ID. Get just the instance ID properties of all instances. Tagging them now. So then tag resource, we have all instance IDs. All instance IDs. Tag key and tag value. Alright, so this is more create instances than create instance. Okay, also this should probably be put over here. And I guess I could put a slash here. Well, that's not really needed. Okay, so then that part's done, and then we're tagging them, and then this stuff all needs to be modified at some point. Yeah, I put a slash in it just now. Fade remembers the Fade quote. Okay. And I'm going to need to modify pretty much all of this stuff. Wait, so tag resources. I think this will work. I'll need to test that out, of course. Create instances. I need to test that. Well, Let's try it out. So modules, AWS star. I should just write this as a program. Yeah. So let's do test.js. Const AWS util equals require dot slash AWS util dot set. I'm gonna need that eventually. Let's save this and copy file path, open it over here. Alright, so set AWS region US West 2. And then let's call into tag resources and create instances. Yeah. So AWS util tag resources, we need to come up with the resource ID, which is this. And then a tag key and a tag value. Test tag some value. Let's do a dot then here and just, I don't know, console.log done tagging. Okay, now let's run this. Node test. EC2 is not defined. That's right, it's not. Except for this is not how I want to use it. This is how I want to use it. Okay, resource ID is not defined. That's on 200. Yeah, that's actually true. So successfully tagged, I guess I should say the number of resource IDs, or should I actually print out the specific ones? Const num resources tagged equals, actually it's as array. Successfully tagged with tag key equals tag value. But it's not even resource ID, it's this. Resource as with slash. Hey, not neon. Points what's Wait, with that color? Hey, thanks for following. Included. Okay, yeah, let's test this out. Successfully tagged one resource with test tag equals some value. So now if I go over to the EC, where is it? Okay, over here. If I go over to this, close out of those things, and go into my running instance, I should have a new tag here. Test tag equals some value. Okay, so that worked. Let's try one more thing, which is to tag this as an array. Yep, good. Okay. I should test that a little bit better than that. If I just say some value 2, it should overwrite it. So now if I refresh this page, we should get this. This does not seem to have worked. Yeah, this didn't update it. I'm not super concerned about this, but I also don't know how to get this to refresh the tags. Because I just need to make sure that this worked. What if I put test tag 2 in here? That should work. Let's try that out. Okay, now what? How do you refresh the tags over here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, both of those worked. All right. we're good. Okay. Well, that API went fine. Create instances is not something I've fully tested yet. And I'm going to need to figure out which one of these should be standard params and which one shouldn't be. These things don't even exist anymore. So I've got to set all of that stuff. Adam must use that a lot. The whoops quote. Private IP address. All this stuff is going to need to be set. And I really should make sure that some of these things are set. I don't need to put this stuff in the code. That doesn't make any sense. So what are the things that I need? Image ID. This shouldn't be specified here. Yeah, get rid of that. Subnet ID. I guess get rid of this too then. Instance type is almost definitely always going to be micro, but still get rid of that. Key name. I guess I'll copy the comment for this too. Security groups. Private IP address. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do here. And actually, I don't care so much about what the private IP is sometimes. Yeah, maybe all the time I don't care about it. I don't get faces. This can be put here, I think. This is fine. If stop, your instance will simply turn off and stop charging money for CPU time, but still charge money for EBS. If terminate, it'll be deleted entirely. I think we set it to terminate. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. And then min count and max count. I think that should be specified too. Okay, so there are all the parameters that we need to specify. Doesn't seem too random. I can probably just paste all of the quotes in if you guys just want to read them all. So overwrite any of the standard params, then call run instances here with whatever data we get back, tag all of the resources, and that returns its own promise, which I've already tested. Okay, so I think this is starting to look a lot better now. And then the burden is placed onto the caller of this function. Creates instances in AWS. Now this on its own is possibly not good enough because I don't just want to create instances. Sometimes I want to use the EBS volumes I had from before. No, they're not in a terrible ini format any longer. Where are your tests? I still haven't started writing the tests for this stuff. I am gonna do that stuff toward the end. I think there's too many moving pieces right now for me to focus on tests as well. How long can you afford to run Botland if no one bought anything in the game? I think so. There are two parts of that. One is if no one bought anything, and two is, I guess, if there are a lot of users. Because if there are no users, then the cost of Botland is actually pretty low. It's probably going to be something like, I don't know, $100 or $200 per month, maybe more. Oh, actually, it'll cost more than that. Let me find out about this, because I won't be on the free tier anymore. So I get rid of this. We say add a new one. I'm going to have what? 2 overseers, 2 matchmakers, 2 account servers, a database, 7. Let's say like 12 instances. Oops, that's not how you specify 12. There, 12 instances. And then volumes, I would probably have 8 GB volumes for all 12 of those. So we'll just say 96. And then some other costs. So yeah, I guess it'd be about 300 per month. And how long could I keep that up? Not very long. I don't know. Hey, Salametro. Do you have any background music sometimes? I'd like it, but not sure what you or everyone else thinks. I don't. I don't ever have it. I would like it too, actually, but I don't want to stream copyrighted music, and I'd rather listen to stuff that I like. But it's hard for me to focus on music, programming, and chat. So I'd rather focus on the more important two things, which is chat and programming. Anyway, yeah, the cost is going to be steep as far as like personal project prices would go. So that's why I'm assuming this would be cost per month if, and this is assuming actually like a relatively small amount of users too. So yeah, hopefully it pulls in some money. What do you even listen to? I mostly listen to classical music. Not chat greater than programming. I listed them in the wrong order there. It's programming, then chat, then music. This is a string. Tag to apply. The value of the tag to apply. So this is an object. Any parameters to override. It's easier to look through this function to figure out what those are. And then return a promise. A promise that will resolve. It needs to resolve with the data that I get back. Because I don't think the resources are going to help you that much. Yeah, I think I need to save this off. I think I say something like let data to return equals null. Then we set this here, data to return equals data. And then here we say dot then, and we don't care what the response is. We say return data to return. Make sure to return the original instances in case the caller wants to use those. So a promise that will resolve with the data from the AWS run instances. It's not even called run instances, is it? No, it is. Yeah. I think Spurtman is trying to become the programming comedian here. Yeah, anyway, that reason of like what people are saying in chat right now about various genres is part of the reason I don't play music. Because I wouldn't want for you guys to be here and think, not only is he screwing up at programming, but he's not listening to music that I like. Unfollow, unwatch, unsubscribe. Those are actual songs? No, I don't believe this. Yesterday is an actual song. I tried Emacs and I like it. I could see that being a parody. But Right in C, I don't believe that's a song. The song about backups? Oh wow, it actually does exist. Okay, fine. I take it all back. Okay, so this is working. That's been commented. Tags the given resources. So this is a string or an array of string. The resources to tag, the key to tag them, the key of the tag, e.g. type, the value of the tag, e.g. database, and a promise. A promise that resolves with the result of the AWS API. Can I have permission to post a link to straw poll about you should try have background music? You can post a link. I don't, regardless of the results of that, I'm not going to start playing music. So, like I said, it's the two more important reasons why I'm not playing music is, one, it's harder for me to focus, and then two, I don't have the copyright to play a lot of that music. Alright, so this has been written. Let's run the test thing again, just make sure I didn't screw anything up. I haven't tested the other API yet. I'll need to do that. Okay, so I can check in this. I need to update the version again. And then test doesn't need to be checked in. So let's commit this code. Yeah, I added 2 functions. That's it. Create instances and tag resources. Added create instances and tag resources. So we can commit, push, and then npm publish. Okay, good. I saw this code hard one, I think. I can't believe some of the stuff that exists out there. Yeah, I did see that one. Okay, so then this has been done. Now I can make use of this. Now we're back to kind of where I started here. Did I see your last question? No, maybe you should look into an advertising model and remove the ads when somebody buys. Yeah, I think we're going to be doing that. But still, I think ads probably don't cover server costs. That's my assumption. But I don't know. And part of this is it's under the assumption that like I haven't fully optimized everything so that it uses as little money as possible. You know, running multiple games on one machine, for example. So I'm not sure. I am kind of hoping that I don't mind if I spend some money, some extra money on the game, and if I see that the user base is growing and that they're spending money. So for example, if server costs are 300 per month and they grow too. So if they go up to 350 per month, then 400 per month, and then 450 per month. If the profits, or not profits, I guess, if revenue ends up being, revenue, if it ends up being like, well, it's going to start out really low actually. It's probably going to be like, well, it would normally start out really low. I think if I haven't accepted money from anyone, then the revenue the first couple months will actually be way higher than it would normally be because people will turn what would have been donations into this. So it'll probably be like, 200 per month, and then it'll die down, and then it'll crash. But then if it starts rising from there, and it goes up to 70 and then 90 or whatever, I think I would keep the game running if I noticed that this was going up. Like I'll try for probably about a year, and then if the game is at the end of the year making like, $150 a month, then no, I think Botland is dead, and that it was a good run, and that you never hear from me again. So we'll see. Let's see how this all works. So provision game servers. In order to do that, I need all of these things. I need them to exist in a constants file somewhere. So we can write this stuff here. So let's do game server AMI. We'll paste this in here. AMI ID. Game server subnet ID. This, I have a subnet. I don't know what it is though. I made one for Overseer. Also, this has to be the ID, I think. Let's find it. Game server subnet. Yeah, it does have an ID. Game server instance type t2.micro, game server key name, game server SSH key name. Let's see, game server security group IDs. What do I use for this? Game server, this one apparently. So const game server security group ID equals that, and then the SSH ID I want as well. Or let's do it this way, I guess. No, let's copy paste it this way. So then when I take both of these, I'll take those. What if nobody plays Botland but thousands of people watch you build Botland? So I don't make any money. Oh, okay, thousands of people watched me. Then yes, I would probably try to monetize the stream maybe. But I wouldn't feel right exactly. I think, okay, so here's what I kind of compare this to. What if thousands of people would watch me play games? Does that mean that I should just do that? Like, I'm not just looking for a way to make money. I'm looking for something that I like to do, something that I think will provide a game that people like to play, and then, yes, also make money so that I can support myself doing it. But yeah, if it was just money that I was going for, I think I would probably just go into the real world and have a normal job. Murky Poo says, what is Botland? It's an online strategy game. I pasted in a link to the video. So there's a video about this. I happen to be wearing the same. Let me just take this there. No one will make any more comments about this. The gloves are coming off. There. Now I look totally different. Also, I am dropping a few frames. That doesn't usually happen. I'm not sure why it's happening. How many points every hour? It's either 6 or 10. I think it's 6. Who's this guy? Okay, that's done. What else do we have here? Private IP address, I don't want to specify. And then min count and max count, I also don't want to specify. So then here's what we have as far as these things go. So constants, I can make an object out of this. I guess game server AWS. So how would I access this? Constants.gameserver. What's that? AWS.gameserver. No, I'll just throw these into an AWS thing. I think that's fine. I was watching this video on YouTube and guess who was in it? Weedley. And thanks for following, Jordan and Steven. Think about this. I don't know what the code requirement would be for this, but imagine if you could add a small frame, maybe upper right corner, that would display the most active server in a spectator mode. I bet you get a ton of people playing and watching. Yeah, I think a spectator mode would be really cool for Botland. And it's one of the things that I'd like to work on after there's a player base. Because yeah, right now, the only goal is to just get the game to the point where it's playable and that people want to play it. So both of those two things are requirements. And if it takes a spectator mode to make people want to play it, then fine. And if it takes new other game modes, then yeah, sure, fine. So constants that are only needed by AWS, these should eventually be pulled in via a more dynamic way so that they can be changed at runtime. There. All right, so now that I have these constants, we can use them in here. I can do const overseer constants equals require provisioning them then would call this API that I had here which was run instances. Called it create instances. Okay, fine. And this takes in all of these things. So I'm gonna call AWS util.create instances. I'm probably gonna say logger.info creating num servers game servers. Gonna become a shoutcaster for Valorant. I think it'd be cool. So we're gonna call create instances tag key. We don't actually have that tag key. Let's say, also, should I make these capital or lowercase? I don't know. No, I'll just make them lowercase. Actually, I'll follow whatever convention I use for Botland. Well, it was all caps in here. And then it was lowercase one sometimes. And for Nooms, it was something else. Okay. And then what did I name them in there? Then they were all caps at the end. Except for in here. Well, that's team info. We have other constants, though. Client constants. Possibly AI scripts. These were lowercase. Not necessarily exported. Yeah, so I'll go with lowercase, and then here I'll just do that. Okay. So there's one other thing I want to do here, which is tag type key type. This is a tag that should appear on every endpoint. The values are stored in endpoint types. Why don't you make Botland 3D instead of 2D? I didn't think it would benefit from anything in 3D. I mean, sure, the graphics might look a little bit better. I think gameplay would be in 2D. The other thing is, it would have taken a lot longer to make and to find artists, and it would be more expensive. There's just a lot of things that increase. Given that I'm the only coder, and given that it's a very small team, I don't think we could have. I don't think we could have done it as easily. All right. Actually, I think I do want this to be lowercase. Yeah, so then we need pretty much all of this stuff over in here. So tag key is going to be overseer constants.aws.tag type key. Tag value, we know that they're game servers, so we're going to do endpoint types dot data, endpoint types dot IDs dot game server dot get tag type value. And this is where I want to split this into two lines, I guess. Game server endpoint type equals this. This is what I did earlier in the code. Okay, so we have the first two aspects of this, tag key, tag value, and params. Params is the only thing we need to specify still, and that is what's going to come in here. Const params. The parameters themselves are the ones that I'd stored here. So let's just kind of hook both of these up. So image ID corresponds to this, game server AMI ID. So overseer constants.aws.this. Great. Subnet ID is the game server subnet ID. Good. So we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of all of this stuff. Cool. Instance type T2 micro. Sounds good. Key name. We got that. Security group IDs. We take these. Then min count and max count are both going to be set to the number of instances we wanted to provision. Okay. So there. Now we have everything set up. I recognize the Jigsaw blocks from an actual existing programming languages. You probably don't know the name. Yeah, so there's a library that I'm using called Blockly, which is open source. So you might have seen this in any number of different things. And this was inspired by something called Scratch. So they all look very similar. So these same sorts of puzzle piece blocks and how you can make stuff. So we thought this would be the simplest way for people to be able to interact with Botland. We don't want you to have to know anything about coding to be able to play this game. It's a game about automation, not coding necessarily. So I don't know why it's been taking so long for me to join servers. But yeah, for you to be able to make scripts, you could put individual units of scripts onto here. So you could say something like, if I can move, then I want to move. But this is so common that I've got snippets for all of this sort of thing. So the snippet already exists right here. I can drag this onto the script as many times as I want. But even that, there are so many common things that I have pre-made scripts here that you can just drag an entire script onto your canvas. And there, this thing will do a lot of stuff that you already want it to do. And in the future, there's probably going to be a block where you just say something like, okay, figure the rest out for me. And that's it. You could just make a script that looks like this, and it'll be fine. And if you want to type things into JavaScript, then be my guest. You can just start typing code into JavaScript. So I'm going to load up a bot that I made a while ago, and we're going to deploy this. So it's me versus Fade. Let's see. And yeah, I think the blocks are much harder to use for someone who's very used to JavaScript, because when I look at this code and I think, okay, I can just move code from here to here. I don't need a block to be able to drag. And if I want to change a percent chance, I don't need to like click a block and edit it. So for some people, this is going to be great. For other people, Blockly is going to be great. You can use whatever you want. You can use a combination if you want. So this bot can be using Blockly and this bot can be using JavaScript. It doesn't matter. All right, so provision game servers. Now that I have this, I need to know once this is done. And then once it is done, I need to kick off the Ansible process for all of this. Yeah, and I want it to be for all of the individual ones. So I'll just write a to-do item here. To do if num servers to provision is too large, then perhaps lower the number and call this function many times. AWS suggests provisioning 100 machines 5 times instead of 500 machines 1 time. Code blocks? Not sure what you're suggesting. A game named Code Blocks uses a similar system. Oh, I see. This is not the game. No. CJ says, you are a programmer? Wow, I love this because I don't understand anything. I'm Spanish. Yeah, I'm a programmer. And there are quite a few people who... Why do people do that? Why is it always around when I'm streaming? Yeah, there are quite a few people in here who've said something similar, which is like, I have no idea what's going on, but it's fun to watch. And I appreciate that. I think it's nice. Code spells. Oh, code spelled. What does AWS mean? It's Amazon Web Services. Craft magical spells using code. Huh, I'll have to check this out afterward. Is this a multiplayer game? Well, I'll check it out afterward, like I said. I'm just here to feel better about my code. So cruel. Okay, so I have create instances. Now I need to know once Amazon is done creating them. What? CJ, I'm not sure I understand that one. sure I understand. Works similar as how you program your bots, but then with magic spells and attributes. Like, yeah, and I think things like that are pretty interesting. It's a new take on certain things. The thing, okay, so any sort of game where you can interact via code, or more importantly, that you've got automation, there are a lot of design challenges you've got to come across, which is how do you stop people from just copy pasting a strategy and then being done and not changing anything and never having anything to do. And it's something that we are pretty much under the impression that, like, yes, people will copy paste code. Yes, you can take the pro players' strategies and copy paste that. That there needs to be then something else that makes you good at the game. Oh, what is the project now? Yeah. Yeah, so CJ, Remy, and Botland bot linked it in. Yeah, okay, so. There you have it. Okay, it's been pasted like 3 times. Thanks, Remy. Yeah, so at the end of all of this, I need to listen to an event on completion. I haven't done this before, and I imagine that this is how it works for almost all of the APIs that they have, but I don't know for sure, and I really need to test this out. K. Douglas, you should learn how to do your Java homework. What is it? I think it's an important thing to learn. So let's look at tag instances. What was it called? It's called create tags. Does this also return a request? Yes, it does. So I could listen to the completion of this. But it's already promiseified. What? Create tags takes in a callback. The callback is called immediately, and it returns a request. Yeah, I need to look into this. If a callback is not supplied, you must call aws.request.send on the returned request object to initiate the request. Okay, request.onSuccess. The callback interface. Each service method that kicks off a request returns an AWS request. Good. For example, the following service method returns the request object as request. It can be used to register callbacks. Yep, sounds fine. Multiple callbacks and chaining. Sure, so there's success, error, and complete. Oh, complete happens no matter what. Oh, so I just want the success. Okay. And success, I guess, means that this thing completely worked, or that it just sent the request. Triggered when the request completed. No, maybe this isn't possible then. Yeah, I don't think this is possible. I think this is pretty much what I'm already doing. So what would I do here? Amazon has these instances. I'll know when they're created. I need to know when they're running. Event when instance is running. I don't need to do this necessarily. What I could do is use that tag system I talked about. Scheduled events for your instances. No, that's not what I want. Okay, so yeah, I think there are 2 ways. So problem, I need to know when the instances that I've created in AWS are in the running state. And I think there are a couple of solutions here. Solution number one is add a tag that says unprovisioned, and I remove it. And I search for these instances periodically and finish their provisioning, and then remove the tag. Solution number two is I have an agent program running in the AMI instance that knows how to reach out to the overseer so that registration can happen. No, Lucalo, nothing's wrong with it. That's why there's a kappa afterward. So if I have an agent program, then there's no real difference between, I think, having that and having just an out-of-date game server running. I think both could be fine. Then when the game server starts, it knows how to reach out to the overseer, and I just don't ever change how registration works. This agent could just be an out-of-date game server. Yeah, it really could just be an out-of-date game server. When it tries registering, it will find out that it's out of date, and the overseer will use Ansible to update it. So if I were to do this, I need to make a new AMI. I need to auto run game servers, and then the version becomes very important. And then when this thing starts, it doesn't pull any code, it doesn't install any modules, it has all of that already. I suppose this is not very different from making a very slim agent program that, yeah, so the only issue here may be that there could be old code in the out-of-date game server, although I could have it running from a completely different location to account for that. I don't know if it would be worthwhile to make a separate agent for this. So then the other question is, do I want to use a combination of these, and for now do an unprovisioned tag system and then go modify a bunch of APIs? I think I should do what I'm going to eventually do. So having this agent running in the AMI, I think that makes the most sense. And then I need to figure out, so if I do this, my tasks become create a new AMI, figure out how to have something start up as soon as the AMI is finished. Yeah, and then point the overseer's constant at the new AMI. Hair looks so fuzzy. Yeah, I put much less gel in it than I usually do because it's much shorter than it normally is. Yeah, so this is as far as I've gotten then. I guess since there's no matchmaker, like this kind of works. it'll create the instances, but then the instances won't do anything. And unless I reach out to them, I won't know that something even needs to be done with them. It's totally not getting weird. Okay, I think this is the next step. I'm gonna put this stuff up here. So, make a new AMI for game servers. It should automatically start a game server when installed on a machine. And that game server should try registering with the overseer. The version of the game server doesn't really matter, but the location where I install it probably does, so that I don't end up with unused files still existing in the Git repository. Actually, that's not an issue, is it? It kind of is. If there's like a get ignored file, I guess logs might still exist. It's not a big issue. Out of curiosity, why so many different servers? CPU intensive? Isn't the game primarily connection heavy, not CPU heavy? Actually, it is CPU heavy because it's people running code. So right now, there are some things stopping you from doing this, but if you wanted to, you could just write an infinite loop. And this is valid code. You're allowed to write this. You're allowed to deploy a bot with this. But there's a cutoff time. And that cutoff time is 50 milliseconds for right now. That's probably a little high. So you should probably lower that. And even when it does hit 50 milliseconds, it like heavily punishes you in the game. So you can't just keep wasting time. But let's say 20 bots did this. Then now you have 1 second of code execution time. And this isn't even counting things like network connections or anything else. This is just game simulation. It takes exactly 1 second. And these bots get their turns every 1 second. So you've now locked the CPU up by having this sort of thing happen. Now it's possible in the game that you do something like this. And in that case, it will start to lag. And so that's why I added in the punish time. But let's say I lowered the limit to 25 milliseconds. I mean, it still is CPU heavy. So yeah, that's why right now the way I made it is that there'd be a game server for every game. Now eventually I can probably change some numbers around so that this works differently, redesign some things. Make a new AMI for game servers. It automatically start a game server when installed on a machine. Version doesn't really matter. The location where I install it probably does. I think this is a good direction to go in. Point overseer constants at the new AMI. You actually boot an instance for each match? Yeah, that's what my plan is right now. 50 milliseconds is like an eternity of time. Yeah, on average, people's scripts were running in the course of like 1 or 2 milliseconds. So I could probably say that once the API is completely fleshed out and people are running their full strategies, that I could give you like 10 milliseconds and you'd probably still be fine. So yeah, 50 is probably too large a number. But also part of it is we didn't know at first how many people would be in a match. We only settled on 3 versus 3 matches after a lot of months of designing. But until then, it could have been like a 10 versus 10 for all we cared. And then, yeah, it always depends. How long does a boot to running take? It would have to npm install. It has to npm install. Yeah, from boot to running it is probably about 2 minutes. But we will find that out sometime this week, I think. You could cache eval results, keep user functions. Yeah, that's another thing I'm going to do. That's what EJ was suggesting. And I haven't gotten around to testing that yet. Okay, so where did I write the thing about AMIs? This. Yeah. Officially, you shouldn't be scared for it. Yeah, okay, so I think the next thing is actually to just clean up the code that I have written here. It's in a kind of working state. Nothing's really calling these functions. I only have these 4 files to worry about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's clean it up from start with the easiest stuff first. True if this endpoint is ready to accept players for a game. If you're worried about boot to load times, you can build either Docker or AMIs to have the assets pre-installed. Yeah, yeah. That is something I can do. The eval is as safe as I could have made it for right now, while still keeping execution times fast. Okay, no problem, Digia. Alright, main. This isn't even necessary. I don't need to check any of this in. In fact, I don't need to... I guess I can just not check this in. I don't need to delete it right now. But these are... Okay, so these things I should be commenting. This is the security groups for... I didn't comment them here, apparently. Security group ID for being able to SSH into a server to do stop using this in a code base. This is only used for testing. Well, stop using this in code base means stop using it right here. But anyway, it's the same thing. So this is the security group ID for game servers. Then we have this stuff. I mean, AMI, subnet, instance type, all this is pretty obvious. Even this, I don't think is too bad. I think this stuff's obvious enough. All of the below are meant to be provided as arguments to AWS's Run Instances API. So if you'd like more information, you should look at Run Instances. No, Spurman, it's a good idea. The problem is running it on an isolated instance means starting a new process or having a process running in the background that you just send these results to and from. And I thought that would add some overhead. Not a whole lot, but some. And I wanted code to be as fast as possible with the idea, because like I said, when we originally designed the game, we thought there are going to be enough bots in the arena that one machine can't handle all of the code. And so we'll just keep expanding the amount of time it takes for code to run. So when the game starts, you get 1 second per turn. And as you add bots, increase that time. So now you only get it takes 3 seconds per turn. Or I should say 1 turn every 3 seconds. So that way you could start just simulating hundreds and hundreds of bots, and then you could say 1 turn every 15 seconds once you had an entirely full arena. We've changed a lot of how that works to the point where, yes, now we can address some of these performance concerns, but I'm not at the right point to do that yet. Yeah, no, the game server is not entirely isolated. It can access the account server. It could change stats and stuff. I could change the APIs between that and the account server so that the best you could do is, give yourself a bunch of kills or something. But, yeah. Yeah, I imagine there's going to be something like... Well, there are a couple things. So one is, if you could hack a game server and let's say give yourself like more laser damage than everybody else. So you're killing people in one hit. That would ruin the game for other people. But even if you didn't do something as obvious as that and you were just uploading new stats or something, there are no repercussions now, but there might be eventually. Okay, so this is fine. So there's only one other thing left to check in, and that's this stuff. And this needs to be heavily commented. I haven't finished writing any of this yet. Yeah, but it can't get account info or anything, right? It can get, actually it can right now. So the game server is considered to be a trusted endpoint, and there's no distinction between trusted endpoints. I could make a distinction in the future so that game servers are considered to be like semi-trusted, so they'd be able to get your, whatever, your name and your inventory, and maybe modify the number of kills you have or something. But I would have to do that eventually. I'll add that to the list of concerns. Add to list of future items. Game servers are treated as fully trusted from the database perspective, but there should be another level in case anybody compromises a game server. That way they can only update things like number of games played or something along those lines, as opposed to getting email address or password of arbitrary users. Yeah, and in JavaScript, I think there are a lot of ways to break an environment. So it would probably happen eventually. And securing Lambda is probably much harder because they have to worry about even things that are stored in like the cache of the CPU. I don't need to worry about that so much, but I do have a lot to worry about still. Okay, so get num game servers being provisioned. A lot of this stuff is not totally set yet. And type actually should not tag type value. This should be tag type key, constants dot. So const tag type key equals overseer constants AWS. Where is this? Tag type key. There. In your own bytecode. All right, so pending instances. I don't know if it's worth making constants out of these. They're not like, I guess I could just throw it into AWS util if I wanted to. But I think just writing pending here for now is fine. Okay, so get the number of game servers being provisioned. This exists, it's not being used anywhere. Oh my god. Okay, so true if there are any available game servers. I don't even have this. This isn't even called anywhere. Let's just get rid of this. This is a silly thing. Get number of ready game servers. Gets the number of game servers that are available for use. That are ready to play. Okay, and then I want to expose this via an API. This is an endpoint monitor, which makes this way harder to get. Because this doesn't have an... Oh, it does. Oh, well, that's dead simple to get then. I changed my mind entirely. So let's make a get on game servers. No, I feel like there should be a get on num game servers or something like that. Because when you say a get on game servers, you probably want to get a free one. Ready game servers? No, I don't know. I'll just make it num game servers. I think that's fine. So it's internal only that, and then they'll say get num ready game servers. Get num ready game servers. Regress next. Just please give me a 10-second description of your project. Don't want to disturb you with an FAQ. Well, I don't know if you saw the video. The video does a pretty good job of explaining this. But the 10-second description is it's an online multiplayer strategy game with a focus on automation. So this is going to call into the same function. Then, yeah, actually that's fine. Let's just do this. Let's just say rest.send, because I'm not really leaking important information here. And either way, this is an internal only API. So we can say const num game servers equals. And this is a synchronous API right now. Yes. So I can just do this. Get num ready game servers. And then rest.send 200 count num game servers. It's dead simple. Returns a number of ready game servers that are available. Alright, that's easy. I should try launching this. Because, what if I did this myself? Infra ov run. Is this gonna work? Yeah, apparently. And then we go into Postman. And we type something. Num game servers send. It should say 0. Oh no. What's this? Trying to convert a generic IPv6 address to IPv4. It must be this. And this comes from the module. It's gonna make this harder to find. Here. So we do convert to IPv4 address, and then I guess that failed. That's too bad. That's just too bad. I gotta change this code. Hey, Drotten. Yeah, Anydatic. That sounds pretty similar to. Sounds pretty similar to this. If you had to guess, how many lines of code have you written? Oh, I don't know. 25,000? I don't know. I had a number for the prototype, and I think it was 20,000. So I think this would be. Oh, actually, maybe that was kind of. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I shouldn't estimate like that. Yeah. Let's say 25,000. Okay, so this needs to be fixed a little bit so that we don't try doing this unless we know that it's not this. So if remote address equals : 1, then we can just say return next. So check for the IPv6 localhost before trying to convert the address to IPv4. Wait a second. Yeah, that's fine. And then over here we can just do this now that we've converted it. So that's a very small change. Should I even publish this? Should I test it? Should I just copy paste this into the other index that I have? Let's do the copy paste bit. So go into overseer, node modules, botland, rest server, index.js. We'll just copy paste stuff in here, and then we'll rerun this and just see if things magically work. Look, they magically worked. Okay, great. Well, that happens so rarely that it's good when it finally works. So let's go into the rest server, get diff. This is just a small bug fix, really. So let's open up package.json and bump this number, do an npm publish, and then let's push the code. Fixed a small issue where I would try converting a remote address into IPv4. I should say where this is taking place. Internal only API middleware. And without checking to see if it was the IPv6 address one first, which will fail the conversion to IPv4, but is definitely an internal address. Too many bytes. Thanks for following. I like the name. Okay. So that's been fixed. This count is working. There's, I don't think, any way for me to get another game server online in this system. If there is, it's very difficult. So we probably just consider that to be finished. And then we move on to commenting the rest of the code. So get num ready game servers, get first ready game server. This is not totally needed. And these functions are so similar. I don't know if I should even say first. Just get ready game server. Returns a game server that is ready to have a game played on it. And the thing that this returns is a game server endpoint, I believe. Yeah, this. Okay, that's already written out that way. That's fine. Although it doesn't necessarily exist. There we go. Can we have a party when the first game is played on AWS? I don't know. I don't know what the party would even be. I was thinking, because EJ has helped out a lot, that someday I'll have an Atom ATOM learning stream where I just mess around with Atom for a bit. I will never stop getting comments about the name of the editor and my name, but these are things you gotta live with, and maybe I don't like it, but chances are it's probably up there with Sublime at this point. I refer to how to explain on one. Okie doke. So get or provision game server. Actually, I guess you know what might be helpful here. Let's say, is endpoint a ready game server? No, I don't want to do that right now. I'm going to change how these things are set up, so there's no point in doing that yet. So get or provision game server. Gets a ready game server if we have one, and if not, this will provision one. This will provision extra. That way it's ambiguous as to how many extra. But right now it is just one. So const numTP is what I'm trying to type. Alright, this returns a promise. A promise that actually it doesn't even resolve anything right now. This needs to this is weird. A promise that I won't even comment this. I'm going to change this eventually. Provisions, game servers, type, number. The number to, I don't need to comment that. And right now this doesn't really return anything, but it will in the future. What do you use to build documentation? I don't actually build documentation out of this. If I were to, I would just use JS docs, and it would look at all of these comments and build documentation just fine. But I don't think that's necessary for a project that isn't used by other people. Am I standing? Yeah, I'm standing. Okay, I think this is done. Let's take a look. That's been commented. That's been commented. So everything's been commented. I just need to lint things now. So let's go to infra overseer, gulp lint. Wait a second, how did that even work? Provision game servers is not defined. That's actually, okay. So first of all, let's run the same thing just from here. And it should give me the correct paths this time. There we go. So provision game servers is not defined. That is actually correct. And missing semicolon, that is also correct. And now when we lint the code, everything should be good. All right, that's pretty good. Again, this doesn't really change anything. Added some of the foundational work to the overseer that will allow it to fetch or provision game servers. This code isn't really called from anywhere yet, so there shouldn't be any real functional differences in this commit. Your desk command didn't work? It did. Botland bot responded to it. And Lucalo, I can't help you with that. I don't know. I haven't done it before. So added some of the foundational work to the overseer that will allow it to fetch or provision game servers. This code isn't really called for anywhere yet, so there shouldn't be any real functional differences in this commit. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, what should I even do at this point? I mean, there's a lot of things I could go do. I had this overseer running for the longest time. It's doing nothing right now. Probably shouldn't have even started that. Okay, let's close some of these things though. Who should specify security groups? I kind of figured that out already. Although, did I add a to-do item for that? Constants. Make it so that the overseer constants can be changed at runtime. Well, that's done. Point overseer, yeah, that stuff needs to be done. Make it so that overseer constants can be changed. Change this that uses AWS util. This is not very important yet, but it's something to keep in mind for later. What else do we have here? This is done. Structure things such that querying game servers is super easy. Yeah. Right now they're in non-critical endpoints. Yeah, I'm still on the old IRC thing. Okay, this is done. Figure out how to make it so that turning does not delete the EBS volume. I haven't actually done that yet. Figure out associate. Yeah, this stuff hasn't been finished. I think I need to do the AMI part for this. I wonder if it's worth just making this my default AMI that has the game server in it. I think I should have killed this. This was stupid. When did I create this? Like, yeah, an hour and a half ago. So I'm gonna, whatever. It's gone. It is dead. Let's start again and make a new AMI. Oh, no problem, KLC. And I know I appreciate it. I mean, it does look like I just typed desk and nothing happened if you didn't see Botland bot. So if I gotta make a new AMI, then I've got to start from the foundational AMI, which I have from AWS main. Or I start from mine. Maybe I just don't have a tag on it. It's gotta be tagged as game server. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do then. So create a game server via my console, and then provision it as a game server via Debian 1. And then store an AMI of the provisioned machine. But it's not quite that. It's figure out how to get this thing to start correctly. SQText says, what is this language? Yeah, it's JavaScript. I mean, I'm typing into a text file right now. This isn't even code, but I'm going to get back to JavaScript in a second. Okay, yeah, I think I need to figure this part out first. It should automatically start a game server when installed on a machine. So figure out how to have an AMI start something after provision time. Or any time it restarts. This might just be a mean stack. I always forget what those letters stand for. Oh, no. The only parts that I am using are the E and the N, express and node. And express isn't even really needed. It's mostly just node. Okay, so this part, and this might just be a normal Linux thing that I do and not necessarily an AMI specific thing. So AWS AMI run program on starting. Instances and AMIs. What is this? Your AWS account has a limit on the number of instances you can have running. Wait, really? Whoa. What? What is this? You're limited to running 20 on-demand instances? I never saw this before. If you need more instances, complete the request form with your use case. I didn't know about this. Huh. Okay, I guess I gotta look into this before launch too. I'll need to submit a form to increase the amount of instances I'm allowed to launch. That seems... Whatever, I'm getting sidetracked. This doesn't matter right now. I don't need 20 instances. So, stopping, starting, and terminating instances. AMIs. What's the command to see the first day you watched? Oh, that was something that MCS Mike was writing into his bot. So it's not a command that I have. Okay. Oops. User data script. You can simply pass any script starting with the 2 characters hashbang as the user data when starting. It'll be run as root on the first boot of the instance. For a specific example of how this works, I use this exact technique in my recent article. Also wanted to run more than one EC2 instance with the same script. Huh. What is happening? I'm trying to figure out how to start my game server when I launch an instance for the first time, or I guess anytime it starts up again too. And this is actually pretty interesting. I guess what I'd want to do is run it as a particular user. So I think in order to test some of this stuff out, I'm going to need to create the game server at some point. So I might as well do that now. Create game 1. And then user data file. Run a bash script after it boots. Yeah, just use user data. That's what people are suggesting. Huh. Okay, let's look up AWS user data. I know I already looked at this before and I found out that 64 kilobyte limit and it's got to be base 64 encoded, or 32 kilobyte limit. Was that even this page? Doesn't look like it was this page. Okay, you have the option of passing user data to the instance that can be used to perform common automated configuration tasks and even run scripts after the instance starts. You can pass 2 types, shell scripts and cloud init directives. You can also pass this data into the launch wizard as plain text or as base64 encoded text. If you're interested in more complex automation scenarios, consider using CloudFormation and OpsWorks. Yeah. Yep. I guess I could use OpsWorks. Set of cloud init directives. Yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm supposed to be doing here. So I can use user data and specify a script or cloud init directives. So depending on where this thing is, the problem is it needs to have the whole environment set up. And that involves DNS basically never changing. Or that I update this AMI. I guess either one of those would be fine. This is a lot to try to figure out. And then okay, so I think the biggest issue is that I need the environment to be set exactly correctly. Like, I need it to be set exactly. It contains everything that was written in Ansible game server main in here. So it contains all of this stuff, which makes this a lot harder to start up. Unless I made a pm2.json file or something and then my password's in plain text, I don't want any of that. I don't know. Okay, well, the is AWS part, that would just always be set to true. This is the server. This is the password for connecting to this, I think, from... No, this is kind of a hack. Yeah, this is kind of a hack. This stuff can be set. So I guess this needs to be set. This is the only real password then. And maybe I just don't even need this. Maybe I just make create super token an internal only API. And then this stuff would just mostly have simple parameters. It contains a password for right now. Okay, is there any other thing I can do then? could refactor everything so that the password shouldn't be needed, i.e. make the create super token route internal only and only accept pre-beta registrations through the REST server, the account server. Okay, well, there's another way I could do this probably, which is create that other program that runs on here that acts like this, that just registers itself as though it's a game server. Alternatively, I could make a fake game server, something whose only purpose is to register with the overseer as though it's a game server, so that the overseer knows to finish provisioning the game server. Twitch chat is mostly IRC. There's some stuff that's not entirely IRC. Like you can connect with an IRC client, but I think there are certain things you're missing out on. I don't remember exactly what they are. So what, okay, I guess the pros, I don't need a password saved in some init file. The cons are slightly more numerous. I need to code an entirely different endpoint type for this. And then this agent pretty much always needs to be running. Is the only point of this thing to phone home though? Maybe there's just a faster way to do this. Maybe I can just curl, yeah, maybe the agent could just be a script that only does this. Curl http overseer.bot.land 8080/ provision me. And then if, but I don't, I'm not going to write this out exactly, but like if this equals 1 or if it's not equal to 0, then like retry. That's not so bad. The only parameters in here then are the host and port, and I guess the API name. Pretty much just this URL. This URL is the only parameter at that point. And it can say, I am a game server. Provision me as game server. What's this? Best game dev tutorial. Oh, I saw this on Reddit the other day, I think. Yeah, this is very recent. I'll have to watch this. Well. The whole purpose of this is just to make sure that this game server is running at the latest version. Oh, there's actually perhaps another way that I could do this. I could also just have the game server already be running and stuck inside of its registration loop. Then but then when it restarts it wouldn't do anything. I'm not sure. I feel like this is very hacky. Like very hacky, this solution here. But I also think it's the easiest thing to do. Anytime I start up an instance, it gets this script. This script tells it, it says, reach out to the overseer and tell it that I want to be a game server. So make me into a game server. And then a bunch of steps start. The Ansible script, basically. So, yeah, this would be at startup time. Yeah, I think this could work. Chef recipe run with OpsWorks for the win. Yeah, that's actually also a pretty good solution, I think. Use OpsWorks for this. I heard another Adam. Oh man. Okay. Well, this is a whole other thing to look into. There's lifecycle events though. I pretty much just want one on startup for a particular kind of thing. Setup, configure, deploy, undeploy, shutdown. How long have I been programming? A long time. I haven't been answering that question. Exactly, at least. Hey, Deck Attack. Yeah, Amazon Web Services is a whole lot of things, but in general, it's a way for you to get usable virtual machines. So you can run whatever your application is on their platform, and it's got a lot of other things that it does. Hey Sasquatch, thanks for following. So I need to, okay. I guess you're only interested in the lifecycle events? I mean, maybe. I'm not actually totally sure right now. And Kayubi, thanks for following. So if I use this, I need to figure out how to designate game servers as game servers according to OpsWorks, and then I need to figure out how to run a phone home script. No, I think just this curl script is going to be, I think this is the best solution for right now. Because this isn't even, I'm not even trying to provision machines. I am, but I'm trying to do it through the overseer right now. If I were using OpsWorks for everything, it would probably make sense for me to use it still for this. But I'm not, I'm using Ansible. Okay. So how about I test something out? Let's load up some VMs. Let's load up 2 of these. I'm going to grab some water while these things are starting. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's connect to Debian 1 and also, I guess, to Debian 2. So these things are not loaded yet. That's why I went to get water then instead of earlier. I want to just write this bash script. Wait a second, do I have curl on my own machine? I do. Oh, I don't even need to worry about this then, do I? So if I do curl localhost 8080, and then I start up something like this. Yeah, it responds to me. Okay. Can I curl until I get a response? Wow. I didn't expect that many arguments to this. Okay. Actually, it doesn't matter if curl has an option for this. I can just write one myself. No keep alive, disable buffering, disable keep alive. This is bonkers. Yeah, well, in my very cursory look over this, I did not see anything, and it doesn't really totally matter. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to write a simple bash script. Let's go into desktop, Dell, test, curl test. And let's make a script here called phonehome.sh. Ask command not found. Oh, this doesn't pull from the same environment that I have on. Oh, fine. Let's do it here. Phonehome.sh. Okay, so the script really just has to be pretty simple. It's got to be curl localhost 8080. And then here's where we got to compare this is not equal to 0. Then echo error. Otherwise, whoops. Else echo success. Okay, let's just try that. That should be easy, right? That's an easy bash script. Phonehome.sh, success. Okay, great. Now I close this and I do the same thing and it says error. Okay, great, cool. So I got the basics working. Now let's just figure out how to loop this. Bash while loop. While condition do done. That's pretty simple. Yeah, that's pretty simple. While and condition is here. So if we just do this for right now, do we need a semicolon? I don't actually know. Do done. So in the success case, we can just say to exit 0 here. So now let's try this out again. So now phonehome is going to error a million times. Good. And then I'm going to start up the server and it's going to exit. Perfect. That wasn't so bad. Okay, our phonehome script is basically done. Yeah, that's it. Now there's just like 10 other steps I have to do, which is get this thing into an AMI, make sure that when I start an instance, it's going to call this, add the API for phoning home. Also, how do you make it post? Do I want to do that? I kind of do. Do I even have a post API that I can test out really easily? There's get. Now let's just change it to post. Yeah, let's do that. That's super easy. We'll just go into server.js, and instead of getting the ping route, where is this thing? Wait, this isn't right. There's some route that I add here. It should have been. Oh, I know what it is. This will be slightly harder to change, I think. And by slightly harder, I mean way harder. Okay, where's external routes? We don't even have them here. Or no, we have these, I guess. So let's just, how about this? Yeah, here's a good idea. Okay, bay cost. Get bay cost of 4. Yeah, good. So it gives me 2. Now let's do this. We'll just change get to post, and then we'll restart the server. So now this thing is going to fail to respond unless I change it to post. So we hit send, and I get, yeah, okay, great. So now let's see how curl works with post. So we'll just do curl help, and we'll grep method maybe. No, there's a -G is get. Oh, so there must be a post in here somewhere. Let's just look for post. -D. I don't have any data here though. There's post. Yeah, I can just pass data. I just don't have any data. Maybe I just do --data quote quote. Let's try that out. Curl --data quote quote localhost 8080 slash, what was this thing called? Baycos. Oh, that worked. Okay, that was easy. What keyboard is that? It is this. Okay, and if I, yeah, that should be fine. All right, let's change it into that then. --data, and we'll say provision me as game server. Now this stuff, these are the variables to take in for this thing. And I could just set this to overseer.bot.land 8080. Yeah, no problem, Chip. The mechanical keyboard was used for a total of like 30 seconds. And then enough people bled out from their ears and I stopped using it. So let's say, so error, retrying. And then here we can say success. Successfully phoned home. Okay, so this will always fail now when I run this. So if I run bash phone home, it's just going to keep saying error retrying. I probably don't even need to print error because I think it's going to do that itself. It should time out or something. I can probably specify a timeout. Maybe I should do that. Maximum time allowed for transfer. Connect timeout, seconds. Maximum time allowed for connection. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do --connect timeout. Number of seconds 2. Let's see what that does for me. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Well, I'm apparently excellent at keeping track of 2 seconds. Okay. Well, there. So it just says error retrying. So let's set this to 5 seconds. I'll just say note connect timeout is in seconds. Note data is only used to convert this into a post instead of a get. And the rest of that stuff's fine, I guess. Yeah. So let's do this. This is. Wait a second. I did this in my Ansible scripts. Ansible sh. Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to run with bash, but let's do that. So this script exists only so that when game servers start, they can phone home in order to tell the overseer to provision them. What would stop someone from going to overseer.bot.land and messing with stuff? This is what's going to stop them. This is a private IP address. So anyone can access the DNS entry here, but it points to a private IP address. And And what's going to stop them is AWS's firewall. And if, let's say, the firewall didn't work, then what would stop them is not having the right SSH key, which SSH won't even be running on this eventually. So it'll come down to the right like set of crazy passwords and stuff. Basically, you need to know my AWS credentials at that point for you to be able to get access to it. So this script exists only so that when the game servers start, they can phone home in order to tell the overseer to provision them. That way, the overseers can blindly ask AWS to... What happens if it's running already? Hang on a second. A game server starts, it registers with the overseer, then the overseers crash completely. Now these game servers are out there in the system. Yeah, I guess when these things were passed off, okay, I should write down this particular edge case. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I think I should do this eventually. So when an overseer gets promoted, it should do a quick check to see if all of the endpoints in the wild are being tracked. For example, suppose a game server is orphaned because both overseers shut down. As far as the game server is concerned, it is healthy, but the overseers don't know about it. This is actually what that database that EJ suggested would help with. Hey Trump. How's it going? So much to keep track of. So that script is written. I need to check this in and then kind of get the rest of the stuff working. Excuse me. Okay, so this script exists only so that when game servers start, they can phone home in order to tell the overseers to provision them. I'm just going to leave it at that, I think. What are the overseers? For information about that, you should check out this little diagram I drew. So it's not a great diagram, but it does go over a little bit of what each of these endpoints are. So you can read about that here. It's not supposed to give you like a full in-depth view of this. It's just enough so that you guys can know what I'm talking about. And if you want, I can clarify that. I don't mind re-uploading a new page there. All right. Hey, Lulong. So this needs to exist somewhere. This needs to be run. I need to put this into... I need to do a lot of stuff. Okay. So this is the thing I'm going to go with. So the next step in here is... Yeah, so... base 64 encode my phone home.sh script and set it as user data when creating instances. So make sure to update aws/main.js so that it is set correctly. In fact, wait a second. I'm going to update AWS so that the only way to create overseers is to do so, or the only way to create game servers is to do so through the overseer. So this isn't needed. No need to update aws/main.js for this because the point of this is to use Ansible, and aws/main.js means that I'm manually provisioning machines. Well, automatically. But there is, so update overseers run instances, which is really AWS utils run instances. AWS utils run instances command. Great. Okay, I will be right back. Oh, how did I not check that in? What is this? What is this? What is this? Why is this here? Did I just not check this in? Or is this something new? Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. I don't know why this is here. I thought I thought I checked this in already. What's in my log? Huh. I must have just forgotten to refresh this. I think I just... Hang on a second. Okay. I think I just forgot to check this in last time. This commit adds the HTTP GET. How did that not copy correctly? Does double clicking this not work the way I want it to? API to the overseer. All right, so that's been done. So yeah, like I said, I'll be right back, and then I'll try to do some of this. Yeah. Okay. So I'll be right back. Okay. So, whoops. I just closed chat. Reopen chat. Which means I should close out of all of this stuff. Okay. Now I put this over here, and then just close all these things and that way my browser tabs will be correct. Okay, so base64 encode the phone home script. I was thinking about this actually, and the phone home script should probably wait a little bit. I think 5 seconds is pretty good, because every time it hits this, it's going to be a DNS request, which isn't really terribly important. And an overseer should be online, so it shouldn't matter. And wow, root killer, that is a lot of time to be spending. Alright, I think this is good. So yeah, let's figure out how to get the user data thing to work. And then I think I need to make an overseer and update that API. So yeah, I think that's actually the first thing we'll do. So make a provision me as game server post API on the overseer. So it'll have the host address, but I don't know if that's enough It actually should be. Anything I get from host address there should be something usable by Ansible. This will eventually call into Ansible to provision the game server. You should move your camera a bit. Actually, yeah, that's true. This thing gets screwed up every once in a while. There, that's not so bad. Okay, so Overseer REST server has this. We have a register and a num game service. Let's make a post to provision me as game server. Is that what I called it in phone home, by the way? Yes. Nice. Okay. Let's just. So what this is going to do is provision. Let's say game server. Provision game server. Sure. So we want the host address from this, which is there. We want that. I don't think that needs to be modifiable. The remote port, I don't think is needed. And then that's it. I think then we can send back rest.send 200. Now, by doing that, we're going to close the phone home functionality, which means that if this thing crashes in that time, then yeah, things will have screwed up. Adam, can you please make a snippet for RecRes next? It's triggering me. That's something that I feel like has always been fast enough to type that I haven't actually wanted it. Like I have them for requiring Lodash or assert or promises or something like that, but I didn't ever use them for RecRes next. And usually what I do is I just copy paste another function anyway. And hey, Louis. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I wonder what I should do here then. I could kick off the provisioning, or I could just return 200. This needs to now call into something that can work with Ansible. So Node.js Ansible. Manage Node.js, no. And this is probably what I want. A bash Ansible script for installing Node? No, this is not what I want. Use Ansible from Node. I think I just run a shell script from Node. I don't think there's any module for this. Add this to your ESLint. No restricted globals to promise. It makes it so if you don't require Bluebird, it doesn't fall back and fail. I think I sometimes use promise regularly, and I don't necessarily want Bluebird. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. I'm not sure if that's the case though. Endpoint monitor. Does this require Bluebird? Yeah, I'm actually using just regular promises sometimes, and it's okay with me. I guess I could change that. Infra overseer. Let me see if I have. Yeah, I have Bluebird there. I'll have to think about that. But thank you for the suggestion. Consider adding this to my ESLint so that I don't fall back to JavaScript promises. I am currently using JavaScript promises intentionally, but it could cause strange errors in the future if I ever expect them to have a function that only Bluebird promises have. Okay. So right here, as far as calling Ansible from this, it sounds like the answer is just call into a shell script or any sort of child process .exec. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wraps the NPM Enterprises Ansible script? What does that even mean? Okay, node Ansible. Oh, hey, cool. This is what I want. So git Ansible and then command ansible.adhoc module shell host local args. This actually seems pretty good. I wonder how they run this underneath though. It should be relatively, yeah, exec.spawn. But they handle all the getting data, closing things, exiting, promisifying stuff. I think this is pretty good. Yes, Adam, why? I don't actually... Is this good? What if I typed Ansible into here? So I think this takes into account, this gives everything a score, and the score is based on time that things were updated as well, in addition to version number or something else. I don't know. Yeah, sure. That sounds reasonable. I'll take $20 for that. It might be a little buggy at first. And I wonder what version of Ansible this was intended to work with. Not that it should really matter. Yeah. I'll be right back. I just didn't realize that door was open. Okay. I think I want to use this. I think I want to try this out. I need to figure out what's going to be responsible for doing this. Probably just some other module. In fact, probably I make this a shared thing. No, it doesn't need to be. There's no reason for that. But I would make another class. And then probably have it have a pub sub. Call into Ansible to provision the game server. That's so I could make another class for this, or just do it from the endpoint monitor. I think I'll take care of it from the endpoint monitor for right now. So let's go install this thing. So it's this node Ansible, and this is all going to happen from here. So yeah, let's install it. Package JSON and modify this. Okay. Now we require it. So after that, I can just call things. So I need to run a playbook, which I don't actually have on the Overseer machine, which means the Overseer needs to... Wait a second, yes I do. I have it. What am I talking about? I have Ansible right here, and it should be on the Overseer machine. I don't know if there's a good way for me to check this. All I have is a game server running. God, I didn't think about this at all. Okay, well, let's start up an Overseer then. I can't see how I'm going to get around needing one. Alright, let's give that some time. I have the playbooks. So we want to do this, I guess. execute it. Playbook.exec promise. Okay, so we get a promise out of that. We can do promise.then. So in provision game servers, this is going to be the REST server that gets this. This dot endpoint monitor. Okay, fine. So provision game server. This is provision game servers. Okay, remote address. There, fine. What we could wait to do is return only after we've started the provisioning process, because this might have an error for some reason. It really shouldn't though. Okay, well, and then I write this here. So provision game server host address. Okay. So what do we do? First of all, I guess one of the things I need to keep track of here is this should be asynchronous, I hope. Yeah. So asynchronously provision a game server using Ansible. Provision game servers by, this should be like provision game server instances. And maybe this is something like setup game server or install or update. I think provision's fine. And hey Solotov, thank you for following. Alright, well the host address is going to be a string, and it's just going to be whatever address appeared in... Wait a second. If I do this based on security groups, I think it should be fine. Whatever address appeared in the request coming into from the game server. And this returns, I guess, a promise, but note, despite that this is asynchronous, the response to the game server... No, I don't think that's a good idea. Never mind, I take all this back. We're gonna catch this here. We're gonna do this dot then rest dot send 200. Otherwise rest dot send 500. And I guess there'd be an error here. We just say logger dot error. Error in provision game server. For remote address. Okay, that's fine. And then maybe it's worth putting in an info message here. So a game server just game server remote address just phoned home calling provision game server. Okay, and then I guess here we can say logger.info. No, we don't need to do that. We can just do this from here somewhere. So this playbook is going to be something that was saved in constant. I guess we can say it's in Ansible, so we say like path from overseer to provision playbook dot slash Ansible slash provision.yaml. How about just to Ansible folder? I don't know if this stuff is a good idea. So now I have this playbook. So const playbook path equals overseer dot constants dot ansible dot path. And I need to combine this with provision.yaml. In fact, all of this should run as though it's running from that directory. That would make things a lot easier. I wonder if they have a way to do that. I would kind of doubt it. Getting started, ad hoc tasks, not a playbook. Maybe it is just an ad hoc task I want to run, because provision, the way that provision works, it's going to try running on all of these hosts, but I'm only going to have a game server. I'm only going to have a single game server here. Okay, I could just specify the inventory file inline and then still run this, and it'll know that the only host I have is a game server. And I could limit it to game servers as well. Is there a way to specify extra arguments here? Supported flags. -e variables, playbook flags. Yeah, there's very little support here for this stuff. Also, what is this? I think this is a bad idea. Or I just use an ad hoc command. Yeah, I don't think this is fully fleshed out. I need to specify things in a way that's not possible, or I need to write to a temporary file. Or just call into this stuff myself. Is there something else I can use? Is this any better? I think all of this is a bad idea. I think I should just call into this myself and worry about things later, I guess. So they use child process exec. They use underscore. Promises are coming from Q. Event emitter. Q.defer. Just trying to see if they do anything interesting here. Command name, compile params, process options. Yeah, if I do this myself and just specify everything in here, I don't think this will be too bad. Yeah, fine. This doesn't seem too intense. I don't know, I gotta admit, I'm a little worried about some of this stuff. I feel like there's a lot to do. There are a lot of parts to balance. And I'm not totally sure I'm doing things correctly. I think what I'm working on right now makes sense. And I think the flow that I've laid out also makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so I write my own Ansible scripts. In fact, if I'm going to do any of this, I'll just make a new Ansible class and pass it into this, the endpoint monitor. REST client. I could also pass in something like Ansible or just a pub sub. Do you have any questions? I guess I want to okay, so here's what my idea was, and I think this makes the most sense for me right now. I'm going to run through these steps. So suppose the overseer starts up and has no game servers. So it makes one. So step number one is tell AWS to create an instance. And then part of this will be, when creating, pass user data that represents the phone home.sh script. So that's this. So really all this is going to do, I'll cut out all of the, so now the game server starts up and runs phone home.sh. And that's this script. While this, just curl this. That's it. That's all I need to do, really. Okay, great. Then when the overseer gets a call to provision me as game server, it will run Ansible. And that's it. So that's what things are working as. Why would you pass that in user data? Because it sounds like that's something that runs every time I start the machine up. And that's what I would want to happen. I want there to be some way for when a game server starts, it should have some way to tell the overseer that it started. Just create the script and add it to the init.d. Okay, well, so that part's fine. I don't mind doing something like that. I just didn't know. That's a more Linux specific thing, right? As opposed to AWS. That part's okay. So I could also just put it in. And wouldn't you run Ansible when it starts? Yeah, and so that's the whole thing I'm trying to work with right now. The when it starts part, I don't know how to check that. Like when I say to Amazon create an instance, I'm calling run instances. And then it just eventually it's put into the running state, but even then it's not ready to be SSH'd into. Then it can have an idle status while waiting. Actually, even the way I laid out wouldn't probably totally work. Let me run this out. So make phone home.sh exist in the init.d. Make an AMI. Yep. Okay, got it. So then when the overseer wants it, it'll provision the AMI. Yep. That runs. Yep. That makes sense. So that's all fine so far. Then phone home is gonna tell the overseer, hey, I exist, but I don't know that I'm not a game server yet, or I'm not up to date. So the SH is basically a way to make it run Ansible. Which, where did those things go? Yeah, I don't know where that went. Yeah, here. Yeah, so that all makes sense to me. So that's what I'm planning. I think the only thing is, how do I know when a machine can be SSH'd into? Like, there's a difference between a machine running and being ready to accept SSH connections. Like, I really only want this to start doing a curl when an SSH connection can be reached out here. Because otherwise Ansible is going to fail. Which I guess I haven't... I guess the way it's coded right now, I think that should be fine. Yeah, actually this should be fine. Yeah. It'll just keep retrying. After it runs that shell is a good indicator. Okay. Hey, FPS. And then it's just time for Linux boot. Okay. No, I think this should all work then. So thank you. sneak those in there. Those are the points from earlier that Spurtman gave me. Well, that's good. I feel better about this then. Because now it's just orchestrating all of this. Yeah, I think I'll spend another 45 minutes or so working on this. It's not nearly enough to get this stuff done. But then I think I'm going to get lunch. And then when I come back, I'll work on it for another couple hours. So yeah, I'll keep chugging along right now. But I'm going to need some food. This has been very mentally engaging work. And for that, I should be thankful. But that also means that it's tiring work. So I've got to pace myself here. I can just close out of this at this point. So what about this? This is fine. I've solved it this way. Oh, that's why I gave context for that. FPS says, I learned very basic JavaScript because I was bored at school. I can now see how many letters are in a string. Oh, nice. That's really good. I think if you remove Ansible from this step and just keep it shell, it may be a lot more simple. Yeah, the issue is that... Oh, no, there's no issue there, I guess. Let me see. What does provision do? Because that is definitely possible. It runs common. Oh, this is like create the user and everything. That would be baked into the AMI, I guess. Create user, upload common scripts. Those aren't really needed. Setting the prefix. Yeah, use Sinopia. Install PM2. Yeah, so all that could be baked into the AMI. And then game server main. Pull. So that's it. This is get npm npm npm. And then finally start. And all of these would have to be baked into the image. What are those mysterious snacks? It is pure honey. And they're just in straws. I watched a video of a guy making honey sticks. I did not know what went into that. Just instance everything in the UI, and all the code that can change version to version should be git pulled and npm installed. And then shell runs PM2. Yeah, so that would all work, definitely. I think the extra step here of, actually no, maybe that is, I don't know. There's so many. Yeah, so okay, here's my turmoil. Solution number one is Overseer starts, Overseer asks AWS for a machine. The machine auto runs a shell script. Actually, no matter what, this is going to happen. So background. So Overseer. So now, so problem. Should the shell script provision the machine itself, or should it ask the Overseer to do it? So anyway, solution number one is the Overseer performs the setup. So the pros of this are that it's, well, I guess via Ansible. So the pros are that I'm using Ansible manually anyway, so it would follow the same pattern. Well, shell script wouldn't be that bad. No, I think analyzing these is the best way to deal with options. So cons, I need to code a bunch of Ansible stuff. Is that keyboard ergonomic, and what's the difference? Yes, it's ergonomic, and the difference is how the keys are laid out and how your hands rest on the keyboard or above the keyboard to reduce stress in your hands. And in general, I think it's good. I've used all sorts of different keyboards. The Chiclet keyboards, mechanical keyboards, this kind of keyboard. All of them are fine to me. So the only ones that aren't fine are the ones that screw up the order of Control, Windows key, and Alt. Those are the worst. So if there's a function key on the leftmost key of the keyboard is function, then that is a bad keyboard. And that's it. Other than that, it's mostly key layout that matters to me. So there's this. So I'm using Ansible manually anyway, so it follows the same pattern. I guess another con of this is that the Overseer is slightly more involved in the setup process and relies on an SSH connection. So solution number 2 is the shell script calls into git and npm itself. So pros, I think startup flow is simplified. And cons, I need to bake more things into the AWS image. And some of these might change eventually, and then I need to update the AMI every time I want them to change. Oh yeah, scaled down keyboards would probably be annoying too. Typing on a netbook was really hard. And yeah, I had a script that every time I would provision a Microsoft Windows machine, I don't know why I said Microsoft there. Every time I'd provision a Windows machine, I would change it caps lock to control automatically. The problem was, anytime I used someone else's computer, I would hit caps lock as though it's control, and it wouldn't work. So I thought, there's no point in me getting used to this. This was back when I had professional jobs and I had to use other people's computers sometimes. When I'm working on my own, I guess you can get used to it. So I need to bake more things into the AMI. I think the other thing is updating any of the stuff baked into the AMI will be a bit harder. Shouldn't really matter. The other thing is init.d, is that something that I can have it run as a particular user? Can I have this run as a particular user? Do I just use su in the shell script if I can't? Yeah, I don't think many people do use caps lock for caps lock. And wait, what are you saying yes to? I guess I asked 2 questions here. Are you saying yes to number 1 or number 2? I want you to vote on your phone. So yeah, just figuring out this. Yes, it can run as a user. Oh, okay. So it sounds like it can run as a particular user, but I could use su if it couldn't. So what do I prefer here? I think cutting Ansible out of this process is good because this will work out to be probably about 100 to 150 lines of code. And actually, no matter what, it's going to be code I've got to maintain, whether or not it's Ansible. And I'm not going to be using Ansible in the future for this, am I? Starting up. Environment variables need to be baked in as well. This includes environment variables. Thanks, Lepko. This is the part I think I'm most concerned with, the environment variables. And that's what's nice about having a reach out to the overseer, is that the overseer will be able to set these for me. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do this and just get really good at updating AMIs. Environment variables, git keys, Zenobia host, I guess. What are the M variables? I would make game servers stateless and have the matchmaker reach out. The environment variables are these sorts of things. Like, where is the overseer? And these things are needed for right now, but they might not be needed eventually. And what port is the game server going to be running on? Those sorts of things. They can be safely baked into an AMI, those things. That's not really such an issue. It's just a box with an API, waits on the matchmaker. Wait, what? Oh, these can be user data. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, wait a second. Oh, so environment variables could be made into user data so that they're modifiable. Which means that the overseer will need these. Man, all right. Still, there are a lot of moving pieces here. I need to convert all this into a shell script. That part's easy enough. It would just be a git pull, bunch of npm installs, maybe some change directories in there. That part doesn't really matter too much. Then starting the game server, again, this should be pretty easy. You can probably pass the environment in right on the command line. I'm pretty sure you can. But then I have two different setup processes. Hey, Chief. Adam's more dejected than confused, I think. I'm mostly just thinking about what's the best option for right now. So it's the overseer needs to start up a game server. So the first thing it does is it asks AWS for a machine. That part's great, that's working, whatever. Then the machine auto runs a script. Now the question is, what should that script do? So there's a very simple script, which all it does is this, which is it curls a URL on the overseer. So that it's asking the overseer to, hey, I want you to provision me. And then the overseer would run Ansible and do all of the provisioning. So that's step number one. Overseer performs the setup via Ansible. Or that's solution number one, I should say. So it follows the same pattern as what I'm already doing manually. And solution number two is that the shell script just sets everything into git and npm itself, and then does pm2 start. Wait, how are these two separate processes? And what word don't you know? EJ, what are you saying? How are these two separate processes? No, I'm saying maybe so this is all the overseer asking for a machine definitely has to be the overseer doing that because the game server doesn't even exist at that point. Then the machine auto running a shell script, that's the game server running it. And maybe I'm misinterpreting something. Yeah, there's still a lot. You just said this would make two separate processes. Oh yeah, what I meant is processes as far as me doing things goes, not as in computer processes. So when I'm deploying to, let's say, my Linux machines and my VMs, I'm using Ansible. Wait, would it be? Let me think about this. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe I just use the bash scripts. Hey, Nico. All right. or user data. Yeah, I know, Wraithy. I can't wait for that either. It's gonna feel like I really accomplished something. I hope. Oh man. All right, so I will have two different. Oh, also let me just write this down. Turn off AWS machines. Days ago. I'll have two different ways of instantiating machines. Ansible versus bash. Does that matter? Do I ever need to test this stuff out? Maybe not. I don't think I should worry about this. Yeah, user data is emitted on instancing the server. That I'm aware of. Which, what that means is that the overseer would need to know the things that the game server currently needs to know. But that's okay. The overseer can keep as many secrets as it needs. It's already got my AWS credentials. Chief says, so I had a Vagrant box today that set up itself with Ansible. Maybe that could work for you too. It just put the playbook there, installed Ansible, and executed. All right. I think I'm gonna go this route, and then I think I'm gonna get everything to just work from there. And I think the whole point of doing this is simplifying the startup flow. I mean, that's the only pro that I wrote down anyway. Well, and also, Overseer doesn't need to track as many things, so less CPU usage by not having to use Ansible/SSH. And finally, less margin for error, I think, given that... Wait, what happens though if any of this fails? What if Git is down and this thing just doesn't work? Then what? I think there's actually a con here. If anything fails, e.g. git pull doesn't work, then there's nothing to... There's nothing that will recover this instance. Why do you not answer me? What are you talking about? I said, hey, Nico. Unless you pasted something else, in which case I can't see anything else. I can show you my chat. What's going on here? Like, here's what chat looks like. I have a message from you here, to which I said hi. And then I have, why didn't you answer me? So having it kill itself if it fails is fine with me. How would I do that though? Oh, just turning itself off. That would work. We build our packages in RPMS and have Puppet run the Puppet scripts in the RPM file, and it also starts our supervisor D service. Until command 2 sleep 1 done. That's actually not even such a bad idea. I actually didn't know about until, otherwise I could have just done that with my curl script that I had. Does that really exist? Oh, interesting. So I can say until curl http localhost 8080. I don't know, whatever, I don't need to figure this out. Yeah, okay. I could do a retry. If the script has been running for too long, I could have the instance terminate itself without finishing. Oh, you need to have a body? Okay. I'll write it down. Till curl do sleep 1 done. Okay. Well, I think this will work. I think this is how we're going to change gears here. So this is going to be canceled. This is going to be canceled. Actually, this isn't going to be canceled. This is going to be changed. All right, let's just make a new set of items here so that I can figure this out. So write a shell script that will fully provision a game server. It should retry any steps that fail it should bail out and terminate the entire instance. If, could I even do that? Instance initiated shutdown behavior terminate when you create it, and shutdown dash H. The shutdown dash H is not doable from a different user though, is it? Like if I connect over here, if I'm connected to this instance, I do BL deploy, and I do shutdown dash H. Also, isn't there a dash T on here or something? I should look at man shutdown. I don't think this is gonna work though. Yeah. Requires sudo. Going all the way back to shell scripts. Oh yeah, now. So I would want to run this as root and just switch user to be, okay, yeah. So it should run as root. Well, that wouldn't even help me though, right? Also, wait, sudo which shutdown? This isn't right at all. Which shutdown? That didn't return anything? What? That's weird, isn't it? Do I not have shutdown? Oh, I don't have it here either. Oh yeah, sbin shutdown. Okay, great. Yeah. So as BL deploy, I just can't run that, right? sbin/shutdown. Must be root. Yeah. Okay. All that because I don't want SSH? No, it's not. It's not just that. It was that. Honestly, I think either of these solutions could work. So I think what's nice is that the startup flow of a machine will just involve sort of itself. It'll know how to set itself up. As opposed to the way of using Ansible from the overseer. I need to start another process and do this, and I don't think I want to do that. Well, okay, I think I just run this as root. That way I can terminate the machine if everything fails. And I should run any of these steps. So run all startups, run all provisioning steps as a particular user. Your provisioner should handle everything it takes to get the machine to work. It keeps it simple. If that's Ansible, let it be that. Oh, and Ansible has failed it sometimes too, that I think are strange. Makes it easy to move across distributions or hardwares, yeah. Compelling points. What about Ansible pull? What is what is Ansible pull? Instead of pushing configuration out to them, you can. Ansible pull is a small script that will check out a repo of configuration instructions from Git, then run Ansible playbook against that content. Assuming you load balance your checkout location, it scales essentially infinitely. That's interesting. I didn't know that existed. Okay, well that's, I guess, solution number 3. Yeah, you can link. I wonder what would be. Is there any other benefit I get here? I mean, what Zago was saying is that the provisioner should handle all of the provisioning and not the provisionee handling it. I think this might be what Ansible pull is. Read under agent/master. Okay, well, let me think about this. So if I use Ansible, what are the kinds of issues I could run into, regardless of where I'm using it? I guess if I'm using Ansible pull, I should really look into exactly how Ansible pull works. Yeah. Ansible pull -u repository. And what is repository? Just the URL of it. Ederic, the plugin is called Plain Tasks. Yeah, so Ansible versus Ansible pull. Ansible would involve the overseer as the response. Ansible would make the overseer responsible. Ansible pull would only involve the overseer because the overseer happens to host Git and npm. And no problem. So yeah, it sounds like Ansible pull is actually a really good solution for this. It'll run the changes specified in 010. Yeah, the thing is, the only endpoint in my system I'm using this for is game servers, and game servers I should just be able to shut them down at will and not have anything really happen as a result. Yeah, I know. This has been a only involve the overseer. I think it sounds like a good solution. I think I would need to just test it out, and then if it does work, that's what my shell script becomes, is an Ansible pull. But I guess then I'd probably need a password file for the Ansible vault. Okay, yeah, maybe it is lunchtime. Because I am kind of stuck right now. So cons need to have the vault password on every machine. It's not really such a big deal, I guess. I bake it into the image. But then that needs to be updated still. Surely not a shell script, but something happens on installation of a new version. As I'd imagine it would pull from a Git branch. Yeah, oh, the pulling from a Git branch part, that wouldn't need to update an Ansible script. That would just need to run the Ansible script again, because that's always going to pull from the latest. Wait, random.choice. Is that really a thing? What does that do? Yeah, you need to specify something, right? Hi there. And I'm glad. Ederic. I should still look that up again. And I'll be streaming again after lunch. I'm not even gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna put my lunch screen up. Mr. Yosta says, no, not Python. I launched Python for what, the first time in like 3 months. Someone immediately says, no, close it. Make it stop. Okay, yeah, I'll figure this out when I get back. So, where I left off, figure out how I'm going to have game servers provision themselves. Ansible versus Ansible pull versus shell scripts. I can't forget about anyone's lunch BRB. It's written right in this file. How is the vault password a con? It means that I need to update the AMI. And let me write that down. This means I need to update the AMI every time the vault changes. It also means I need to split up my vaults such that this also means I need to split up my vaults such that only game server specific passwords are saved in the game server vault. The script has to know the secrets too or not. It needs to know some of them. But okay, yeah. I'll figure this out when I get back. And what am I creating? I'm creating this Mr. Yosta. Okay, so let's load up the lunch list. Where did that even go? There it is. There are a lot of names on here. So I've got to... That's it, by the way. Bets are off. No getting on the lunch list for the rest of today. There are already enough names there. Alright, so the old names to remove from the list were over here. So we're going to still need to remove all these people. Oh, wait, I got to do this the other way, don't I? Oh, see, this is just the worst. Alright, Hydra, fine. I'll include you too. Did you not see what Botland bot links? Maybe you missed the chat message, but there, I put it in again. Okay, so we just got to remove these people. This. There, great. Now we want the unique names from here. So this is why I should have automated this whole process a long time ago. I already know that. I just haven't had the time to do this. So here are the people I'm going to have to remove this time. Oh, and Horforia 2 wasn't allowed to be on this list. That's right. So let's get rid of that. Okay. BRB lunch. All right. Here we go. So you should see, if you were in the Lunch BRB list, you should see your name float down from the top of the screen every once in a while. There's Skynet. There's Horforia. Swall. Alright, I'll be back. And when I come back, I'll be back for like 2.5 hours. So, catch you later. Okay, so I thought a little bit about this. So I guess I'll put that there already so I can close out of these things. I thought a little bit about this, and I think there's actually one concern that I had here. Um, if they're, yeah, so let's do something quickly, which I think is going to be largely disappointing. But if I go to the calculator for this, imagine that I didn't have the free tier and I had not even micro instances, like nano instances running. So let's say I had, the way that things are set up right now, it's 6 players per game server. So if I'm running 1,000 game servers, that's 6,000 players. Yeah. So this basically would assume that I'd be getting like, well, I'd also need to do this. Say that I want 1,000 volumes. Yeah, so I need to get like $1 per person to just pay for server costs. So I'm pretty sure there's no way this is ever gonna work. Hey again, Nico and Darkstorm, Skynet. What should I make with Shell? Um, I don't know. You could always make like a roguelike game or any sort of utility, like a backup utility or an upload utility. Yeah, so this is a big problem. And even if I could host 2 people or 2 games on each server, which on the nano instances is probably really pushing it, given that there's a half gig of memory. You should be able to fit more than one per server. 1 game per server. Yeah, and I wonder how much I need to re-architect code to do this. But let's say it was done and I could do this. I still let's say I could fit 2 games on it or something like that, then find the cost for this is the cost then for 12,000 users. All right, let's crunch some more numbers. We're gonna micro save 1 cent an hour. Oh, I see what you're saying. Do twice as much. Yeah. So imagine that there were 12,000 players, and that they could fit onto. Suppose they could fit in 1K servers. The bill is like $12,000. So that means each, or well, no, I guess I would have doubled this. So let's say the bill was $6,000. Each player would need to spend on average 50 cents per month just for us to break even on server costs. Yeah, Nico, that's a good idea. And the way it would probably work is most free-to-play games you're lucky to have like 3 to 5% of the player base spending money. So let's say we had 3% spending money. That's 360 people per month. So now that means that each person would need to spending 17 a month for us to break even. I just yeah, shove them all in there. Well, I mean, that's going to have to happen. If there's going to be any way for me to be able to continue this game, I'm going to need to optimize code. And Imperial, no, I understand that. Yeah, there are 12,000 players at that point on servers. The reason I said this is because this is this is just a like it's moderately successful if a game has 12,000 players active. If it ever got to the point where there's like a million, like I don't know. There's just a lot of things to worry about. I am going to need to make it so that multiple games. Yeah, I'll write this down. To do. This is what comes after all of the other stuff. MISC DevOps tasks. There's no way to make money off of the game unless we host a lot more players per VM. Need to figure out how we can have multiple games running with low overhead. Multiple games running per VM with low overhead. Yeah, looking at putting it on AWS and looking at CPU usage is actually a really good idea. I could probably do that. Probably. The first thing to do would be to look at how much CPU/memory a single game server is using. I can tweak values from there to find something that works. Yeah, well, it's not going to stop me from working on this. So I was thinking about this and I thought I was leaning back toward Ansible, just regular Ansible. I have the overseer provision these machines. Like no matter what, there's going to be a many part system here that I need to code. Let's look at this again. An Ansible pull may actually be a good choice. I was thinking if I do this, overseer performs a setup via Ansible, then need to handle failure cases. E.g., well, no. Alright. I think that whole random.choice thing is not such a bad idea. I think I'll go the Ansible pull route. I think it just makes the most sense. The only thing I need to figure out is what happens when this thing can't succeed. What happens when Ansible pull doesn't succeed? We would need to wrap this in a shell script that would retry a couple of times and then terminate the machine. The issue here, this could happen invisibly many, many times since I'm not involving the overseer. Like, I need some way to export logs or know that this is happening. I guess I'd know how many instances I was provisioning on an overseer. I could keep track of how many instances I thought should be provisioned versus how many there actually were. But that's actually an argument for just going the Ansible route, the regular Ansible route, not even Ansible pull. If I go that route, then the overseer will know when something fails. And if enough things fail, it can say there's probably an issue here that's bigger than what I think. Or I do things this way. The overseer, could I pull while code is running? I should be able to. Which is heavier for game server? CPU, right? Not memory. I don't know how bad memory actually is on a game server. I'm not sure about that. Like if I were to start up, it's so hard for me to even start all of this stuff. Let's start up this. Address in use. Oh, I already have this thing running. Okay, so if we do, I have task list. Alright, so here are the node tasks that are running right now. Now let's go launch the game server and then take a look at it. So we got 4348. So memory isn't terrible right now, but nothing's happening on the game server. As soon as I connect to it, let's see what happens here. No, I don't think I need to use the... Oh, I see what you're saying, Chief. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do something like that. What's this? Get bay cost. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Alright, well that actually doesn't really matter. We can just ignore that. But I do need to change that back at some point. Okay, so let's put in some crazy script here. Let's do 3 infinite loops. So deploy, deploy, deploy. There. Now, what are we using as far as... Wait, memory dropped. Must have garbage collected. C4, high CPU, large instance. Where's that calculator? C4 large is 2 CPU, 3.7 gigabytes. Mod or IO, what does that say? EBS opt. On demand. Can I say monthly cost? No. Yeah, I guess that. EC2 instances.info. Whoa! Wow, that's interesting. Alright, let's switch to US West. Cost monthly. Reserved. Oh, these are only for reserved instances? Oh, actually, I'm dropping like tons of frames. What's going on here? Look at this. That. What is going on? Internet looks terrible right now. I don't even know if you guys can still hear me. I don't know why this is so bad. Stream is lagging just for you? No, I think it's... Well, it might be Twitch. I don't know about that, but it does look like I'm dropping frames. It usually doesn't happen. So, okay, let's search by cores here. So C4, high CPU, large. Could be my ISP. Okay, and this works out to on-demand cost 77 bucks. I wonder how many people I would be able to host through that. I basically we need to, like, Ian and I would need to figure out how much money we expect people to actually pay. Because every dollar that we take in per month, how many users does that mean we need? Because, like, what if that number is 5? Every 5 users who play, you'll get like $1 a month. Because that means that the smallest possible thing is, well, let's take this for example. So you need 5 times this amount. You need like 350 users to be hosted on this, which means 60 different games. Can this host 60 games? Maybe. I guess it's possible. It's just very likely to fail at some point if I do something like that. Anyway, we'll figure it out. What's Infinite Loop suddenly loses frames? I'm not sure. I don't think my computer is overloaded in any way right now. I mean, sure, this is going bonkers. Yeah, everything else is fine. Huh. This is very strange. Yeah, my bitrate like totally dropped. It's at 700. Yeah, this is. You can see it down there at the bottom left. It's been hovering at about 720 for a while. Now it's at 0. Whatever. I'm gonna just ignore this. So I think I'm gonna go the Ansible route here. I need to figure out if this makes total sense to do this. Or Ansible pull. Either one of these could be fine. How would I even do this? 1 FPS video for me? I'm also not really moving that much. Yeah, audio is fine. Well, I guess I could give it some time, or I could restart the stream. But yeah, there are a lot of frames that are being dropped. Let me do a speed test really fast. Oh, Bing actually put this directly into their results here. Speed test shows 81 down and looks like somewhere between 12 and 18 up. So this is not, yeah. So I can't show this on screen entirely. I mean, that part was fine. In fact, I don't know why I stopped that. But this is what the results are. So this is not my ISP. Or my ISP is allowing speed test traffic through. This should be fine though. I don't know. Let's just go to Twitch status. Chat user list. This is super slow. 1,000 seconds offline. Excuse me. Yeah, what's mine set to anyway? How would I change that, EJ? It says status disrupted up here, so I don't know if it's worth even switching. Yeah, sorry everyone. I don't know if people can even hear me anymore. It's in OBS. But I didn't see this setting in here. There's... Oh, wait. Everything looks like it's back to normal now. Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, I think the stream is back to normal. If I see a lot of dropped frames again, then I'll take a look into it. Anyway, that's something I gotta find out too. So, this bit about Ansible versus Ansible poll. This would make the overseer responsible. Having the overseer responsible is actually kind of a good thing. I think I'm just gonna go the Ansible route. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think it makes the most sense to me until I determine that there's another issue. OBS settings, broadcast settings, server. I don't have a server thing there. What I have is, so I'm going to cut out some of the elements of this UI. Not that this totally matters. Okay, what I have is this. And no, actually it is dropping now a lot. I don't know if you guys can see this. But yeah, there is no server. There's just this URL. Which is pretty much the server, I guess. I'd change to like US. Oh, wait. Oh. Huh. I didn't realize. All right, I'm going to change this. I'm going to change this tomorrow to something different. Change from SF Twitch server to Seattle. I didn't even realize there was one that was closer to me. It's fluctuating. I see drop frames and everything. Not right now. It's okay, but it'll fluctuate for a bit. If it becomes a big issue, I will change it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go the Ansible route. I think I'm going to go. It makes sense that if my overseer is the authority, that I should involve it for these decisions, at least at the beginning. If I later want to change it, it should be easily achievable. Okay, so then I figured that out. So then this is not going to be a thing that I'm going to do. I need to write code. Okay, so yeah, let's do this new stuff. So write enough of a Ansible manager from Node that I can run a playbook if I want. Or just I'll play to provision game servers. Okay. So is this all that I should test out? Like, is this the first thing I can do? Let's take a look. That's fine. This stuff is going to change. I'm going to do away with that. I'm going to do away with that right now, actually. This is fine, and this is not going to get checked in. And yeah, Chief, that should be easy. So I'm thinking I'll go with this for right now because I think this makes the most sense to me. I think it's a good way of the overseer still being involved. Plus, if what I thought about cost, where I should definitely be running more games per game server, then that means I'm going to be provisioning way fewer game servers. So originally I was thinking 6,000 players will necessarily mean 1,000 servers. It's probably going to change to something like 6,000 players will go to something like maybe hopefully 100 servers. And then I don't think provisioning this many is going to be such a bad idea from the overseer. So yeah, I'll take a look into this. Okay, so writing enough of an Ansible manager, I'm going to look at that code that I had here. In fact, we already have it open right there. So let's just take this and we'll copy paste this into a new file and use it as a reference point. Next, I've got to think of a test bed for this so that I can make sure that it works. I think I should put all this code onto Debian 1 almost to the point where... Is there a way for me to... So test this from Debian 1 onto Debian 2. think that's good. And I should just write this as its own class. I could make this in a totally different branch if I wanted to. That wouldn't be so bad. Then I could pull it over there. Or I could just code this all in Vim. That would be painful. Does the cost per memory / CPU amount go up linearly? Like, does double a micro cost exactly double? Yeah, almost exactly. So yeah, as you double stuff, it usually costs double the price. There's a couple of exceptions. Like double a nano is not quite not quite a micro. I don't know. But for the most part, yeah, it's linear. I still haven't thought of a test bed for this. I need to come up with a way to test this code out easily. I think at first all I want to do is have this run. Yeah, it should be easy enough. Either code it on, yeah, whatever. I'll just write an upload script. Or I think an upload script is good. I think just scping a whole directory is fine. Okay, let's think about this then. So I can take the basics out of here. Let's write this into here. I'm gonna put Ansible runner .js. Okay, let's just delete everything now. So class Ansible runner. Constructor, I don't care about really any of this stuff. Export module dot exports equals Ansible runner. Cool. So let's get this. We have child process, and they eventually call exec on the child process. Exec.spawn. This dot command name. I should take a look at how this works. Child process Node.js. This is where DevDocs could actually come in handy. Fine. Exec.spawn. That's what they're using. Spawn. What are the arguments for this? Or what? Seriously, where's the spawn command here? Here it is. Command args options. And yeah, Spurtman, I think that's something I would probably do if Botland had any sort of traction. If it doesn't have traction, I'll stick with the cloud servers and renting. I think it'd be very weird to own. Anyway, yeah, if it has traction, I'll look into that. Okay, and then process options. Process options are CWD. Oh, the working directory. Interesting. And I can say process.cwd if I want. We'll pass in a custom one. If true runs command inside of there. So what do they use for that? They don't necessarily use shell, but the word shell appeared somewhere in this, didn't it? Module shell? What did they use that for? This .config.module. Config.module. Result. It's this .module. What is this used in? Verbose forks. No, it's not used here. They don't ever pass this in. I don't know what shell is for then. I think it's for maybe Ansible. Where is this used? No, I don't see it used at all. Config.module. It's in compile params. Oh. And there's a result. Alright, where's compile params called from then? Oh, in the arguments. Okay, yeah, got it. I don't care about that then. Okay, so we're going to do exec.spawn. We're going to pass in all these things. So it takes in a command. The command to run is going to be Ansible. Actually, I don't know if it should be a playbook or whether it should just be the ad hoc command. They can both accomplish the same thing. I have this playbook here, so I guess I could just use it. Yeah, I might as well use it. So let's do Ansible playbook as the command. Now the arguments, let's actually do it this way. Command equals Ansible playbook. Const args equals something and const options equals something. And then let's just write this out here as command args options. Okay, so I know what these things are. Now here are what the options could be. So let's do the current working directory is going to be passed in as the Ansible directory. So Ansible directory. Let's do that. Then the environment key value pairs. I don't think I need anything special for that. stdio child standard IO configuration. See options on stdio. Use to configure the pipes that are established between the parent and child process. By default, they're redirected to corresponding streams. So I don't think I need to specify anything here. Do they do that? No, they don't. So I don't need to specify anything there. Okay, detached. Run independently of its specific behavior, depends on platform. So I want to go back to where I had come from here. Where's detached? On Windows, I don't care about on Windows really. And on non-Windows, if it's set to true, the child process will be made the leader of a new process group in session. Note the child processes may continue running after the parent exits regardless of whether they're detached or not. By default, the parent will wait for the detached child to exit. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think there's any reason to change that. UID, I don't need to change that, or the group identity. At least I don't think so. Whatever I'm running as, I should be able to run this other thing as. And then shell. If true runs the command inside of a shell. Defaults to false. And did they ever specify a shell in here? No, they don't. However, you can specify it on the thing. So no, I think this is fine then. So we can just change the current working directory and then exec.spawn. Okay, so now we just need to figure out the Ansible playbook arguments. And also get the output of this process. Self.emit. They make this an event emitter and then have events here. So on close they do a deferred.resolve and on exit they do a deferred.reject. I think that's a good API to have for this. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether I want this stuff here. But the rest of this is all fine. So I could say get promise in here. Don't you need shell for SSH keys, or do you specify that via Ansible? Yeah, maybe I will need it for SSH keys. No, wait. No, I think I can specify it via Ansible. To do, need to specify the key for SSHing into the game server. This will be first key pair, which should exist on the overseer. Now I have these things here. So none of this stuff should be here exactly. I should just save off the Ansible directory. And then I think I should make a command called something like run. And we'll just change this to be this. And then exec.spawn, I think I need to save off the output of that. Yeah, so const child. And then I can do all of this stuff. So this is fine. Let's also get the botland logger here. Const logger equals require botland logger. And then instead of emitting any of this, I think I'm just going to... Oh, they get all of the output together. Code, output. Yeah, I don't want to collect up a whole bunch of output from this thing. I'd rather just emit it or deal with it at the time. So for now, we'll just say logger.info data.toString. And here I can say logger dot... Wait, there are two data functions? What? Oh, std error.on. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. So here we can just do a logger.error. Then on close, we have no emit. We have a deferred. We can kind of use that. I can say something like new promise, resolve, reject. This should probably have use strict at the top. And that's where this stuff would exist. Okay. And now I can resolve this with code, the error code, I guess, or success code. And exit. So if the code is 0, it's not going to ever succeed. I guess close would need to be called. I guess it would be. Okay, fine. So we can do this. Reject new error code. I'll say Ansible command failed. Ansible command stringify args failed with code. Okay, there. All right. So that's everything from there. Is there anything else I need to do? I think the rest of this is all just for setting ease of use options for their module. So I don't think I need that. Okay, so it'll just be a matter of calling this now by constructing it with the right arguments. I think I want to make a new branch for this. I think pushing the code is the best way to do this. So let's switch to a different branch. I wrote this down somewhere just so I didn't screw this up, because I have a feeling you're going to screw this up. Yeah, so here, choose switch/checkout, check the create new branch, type in a name. I could just push to ad hoc test. This all sounds like a bad idea. I think I'm just gonna SCP this file. Yeah, let's do that. Wow. App Engine is like double. Interesting. I wonder if they provide more features or how they can charge more. Maybe because they're targeting different use cases. Maybe it's for starting smaller apps or something. Although that still doesn't make any sense because you'd want to use AWS in that case. So I'm going to make a script to upload this. So let's do upload. SCP, figure out what Debian1 is. It's 1.17. This, oh, which we can't specify that way. So I need to specify it this way. To Adam at 192.168.117, colon, and then botland infra Ansible? No, overseer? Yeah. Oh, I don't have a git cd on Linux. Still not used to the task rising. Okay, let's try this out. So I'm going to upload this. I'm going to upload it from here. So let's put this tab directly next to this tab. And I'll go into infra overseer upload. Does that work? So now I should have an Ansible runner here. I do. Okay. And then we probably want a test script for this. So let me make a test script. Test ansible.js. And let's upload that too. And in here, we're going to say some of the same things that we said here. Let's do this. Const ansible runner equals require. And then here we'll just say new Ansible runner dot Ansible. Sure, sounds good. And then Ansible runner dot run. Now, I don't know, this is not going to do anything important yet, but we can at least try this out. So now if I do node Ansible, no, test Ansible, node command not found. I don't have MVM either. I just never put node on this machine. Wow. Well, let me go install that, I guess. So I need curl for this. And that's actually it. I can just do this. And then I can install this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's just let that run. So now I need to figure out the rest of these arguments. Now when I run Ansible Playbook, I run it with Ansible prod. So I run these commands. We want something similar to that. Now args, I think I specify like this. So first of all, we want provision.yaml. We want -i prod hosts.ini. That's not true. No, we don't. Can we specify the host right on the command line? -i inventory. Specify inventory file or comma separated host list. So Ansible Playbook specify inventory on command line. They don't even mention anything about that. Come on. they have the -I flag. I just want to see how this works. I think it's just x equals y, and that's it. Alright, well, let me try this out myself, I guess. So it says comma separated host list, but I need to tell them what that host is. So -I don't know, game servers equals, oh, this doesn't make any sense. Ansible command line, not the command module. All right, let's switch to Google. -I and specify the path to the script. But no. Start with one line and no files. -I localhost comma. But how do you tell it? Path. Having a list of host names, each of which is a computer. Okay. So I guess I limit it at that point. Maybe, you know what I should try? I should just try running this myself. If I go into, let's do this. So I'm going to let's rename this as Ansible. Let's rename this as Overseer. Okay, so in the Ansible folder, let's do Ansible playbook provision.yaml -I, and here I'm going to say whatever Debian 2 is, 192.168, 1.26, comma, -- limit game servers. Limit does not match any hosts. Yeah, of course, because you, can I say game servers equals this? How are you supposed to tell it what group this belongs to? Why not just generate the inventory? I'm worried that if I have this running asynchronously that I'll generate files that'll wipe each other out. I guess I could just make them uniquely named, but then I'm populating the file system with a bunch of temporary stuff. Plus I thought there was a way to do this on the command line that was easy. It doesn't look like there is. Did they say anything here about groups? No. No, but they mentioned hosts here. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look. Node.js, generate temporary file. Temporary file directory and stream support. Actually, I should use node or npm search. Yeah, this is probably what I want then. Hey, Judge Bacon. Okay, I mean, this sounds good. What else do we have as choices here? Temporary files and directories. And this is the one that I found the first time, I think. Yeah, I think they're pretty much the same as far as I'm concerned. Let's just use this one, I guess. Oh wait, this is Hasn't been modified in forever, and the version number is really low. None of these are that much. Chief, I can't think of how else I would do this. If I need to, if a bunch of game servers come online, I could say, like, oh, wait for me to finish the first one. But I don't think that's a good idea. I think that would make this all very sequential, and game servers would take a long time to start up. And yeah, the frames are skipping because this thing is fluctuating wildly. Now it's good as soon as I show it on screen. Let's just pick one. Doesn't matter. Oh, you can find everything that depends on your thing. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's use this. So npm install tmp. I'm gonna have to install that here. And then update my package.json so it doesn't depend on, oh, it only depended on that particular version. Because it's all at version 0.0. Okay. I should do the same thing over here. Let's go back to the overseer, npm install save tmp. Alright, so now that I have that on both of these, I think that's what I want to do in Ansible Runner. So temp.file, and then give it a function. Error, path, the file descriptor, and the cleanup callback. And there's synchronous file creation as well. I don't want to do this synchronously. I don't think that's a good idea, because other things might be. Yeah, I think I'll do it this way. Okay, so we first need to create the inventory file. So create inventory file. Let's have it take in the address, remote address. It just doesn't seem like a good idea. And this should return a promise that has the inventory file in it. Okay, fine. Return new promise, resolve, reject. And in the case that it gets created, if it has an error, we'll say reject with the error. Otherwise, we'll eventually call resolve. But there needs to be a way to clean up the file descriptor. So there's path and FD. Okay. I don't think the path matters. Let's just resolve it with a file descriptor. File descriptor. That did not paste correctly. Don't care about those things or that. All right, and then the cleanup callback will need to be called at some point. And if I don't call it myself, then the library apparently calls it, but I'd rather just call it myself. So no, I guess I do need to pass this like this. So file descriptor cleanup callback. But then that means I'm exposing how the temporary file works here. Maybe there's a dot close I can do, which will automatically call it. Let's take a look at their library. It can't be that large. It does very little. 500 lines of code. Okay, so clean up. Is there a way to call the cleanup callback myself? Return function, prepare remove callback. And there's a remove callback. Is this ever invoked? It's a directory. I don't think it's ever invoked on its own. There's no like weird interval functions or anything, is there? No, good. Yeah, I'll just call it myself. I don't think there's an issue with that. Okay, so create inventory file. So that's the first thing that needs to be done. So when we say this -I, we can, oh, we do need the file path then, don't we? File path. So let's create this dot create inventory file with the host address. We want to run this with a remote address. That means that test Ansible needs this too. And is that correct? Yes, that is. All right. We have this. We want to do a dot then, and this means we need to save this off. So const temp file, let temp file info equals null. Temp file created. And then we need a finally here that says if temp file info not equal to null, then we do a temp file info dot cleanup callback. Or we could use Lodash here. And we can just say const cleanup callback equals underscore dot get temp file info, which that should know enough about this. Let's just make absolutely certain that that's how that works. Underscore dot get a. This should make no sense. It says it's not defined. What if I said null? Yeah, good. Okay. So it knows how to check that. Makes sense. So get temp file info's cleanup callback. And if underscore dot is function cleanup callback, then we call it. Getting along. And if there's an error creating any of this, we'll need to print that out, of course. But once we have the temp file info, then we can start to call this function. So this stuff can be done away with. We can probably exec any of this. Args options. So now this is going to be the temp file info path. And we can format this whole thing. And then when I call this, I want to make this, and then I'm already in a promise right now. So I guess I can use the resolve and reject that I already have. Or can I? Your to-do list, how do you make the title thing there pink? So if you're asking how do I make the color of it pink as opposed to just how do I make headers, headers are simply just anything that ends in a colon. So any line that ends in a colon. If you're talking about the pink property specifically of it, then for that you need to go into, what's this called, plain tasks. And then I think it's in settings default. I don't think they even respect the user file there for some reason. And then just change the, oh, maybe they do. There's some project that it didn't work that way, but it wouldn't make sense for that anyway. It should be a Sublime thing. Yeah, you can just change the color scheme if you want in the settings file. And they have all the different color schemes here that you can use. Or you can just go look in the file yourself and figure out which ones there are. That's all assuming you have the plain tasks plugin yourself, of course. Okay, let me think about how this worked before. So we had a promise that did not resolve until we got the close event. Yeah, there's no way to have me do this unless I return a new promise. I'd have to like join on the promise that I have. I could say return run Ansible playbook command args options, and then I put all of this stuff inside there. Doesn't seem like a good idea, because then we can do this stuff. So now there's definitely a promise being returned. And if there's any problem, we can just say catch error. Error running. We should probably have put the whole command like this though. Because if I don't have access to the arguments that I have here. No, I can't change this. I mean, I could, yeah. Error running, and do I have another error here? Yeah, here. In fact, it might be worth saving this for the sake of an instance. Error running Ansible command. I feel like not having that, the host address printout is really bad. Failed for remote address. Okay. All right, so where do we stand now? We get into the run command. We create a temporary inventory file with the remote address. This doesn't even work yet because we can't call resolve until we've written to the file. So we take file descriptor, and I think we can use this to just write to the file. Write to a file. This should have the write command. In fact, I could try this out, I guess. I think I should just be able to write to it. Oh, there's fs.write file descriptor buffer offset. What happened with the chat? It's so empty? I don't know. I think I should write a little test for this. Yeah, all right, so let's take these things and I'll just do this. Actually, I can keep that too, I guess. Yeah, let's do this. So function create inventory file remote address. Let's test this all out. Now I can do create inventory file dot then console.log success dot error failure. All right, I'm going to save this as just test tmp.js. We're going to figure out how this works. File path. And it should get cleaned up automatically. We have all these things, so I think I can just run, what's it called? Test tmp. Yeah, so it made a temporary file. Did this get cleaned up automatically? Cannot access, no such file or directory. Okay. And yeah, you're probably right, Spurman. I probably could have. Alright, well now writing to the file. So I guess I need fs as well, or does temp give me some sort of write to a file command? fs require. They don't ever do fs.write. No, they don't. Okay. So there's write file, and it takes in a file. What is that? File name or descriptor. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, so I can just do write file with, okay, that's not bad at all then. So I just need to include fs. And then here I just say fs.write file. I take in the file descriptor and I say something like hello plus remote address. And do I even need options or a callback? Oh, this is asynchronous though. Well, there's write file sync, I think. Yeah, there is. I'll use this for right now. I need to change this though. To do change to async. Okay, great. So, I mean, that worked, but there's no way to know that it worked because the file stops existing by its very nature of being temporary. So I need to make it not temporary for a second. What a great idea this was. They wrote this down right on their site. This thing. In their comment. Didn't pass the keep option. So what is the keep option? Aha! Keep. So when I do temp.file, it takes in, did they show passing in any of these? I don't know where the options go, whether it's first or second. They just say options, all options are optional. Wow. Okay, well let's take a look. Parse arguments, options, callback. So it looks like it shows up first. Yeah, let's try this out then. If I just specify keep true, and now I run this, now this thing should still exist. So let's do a more. Nope, it doesn't exist. Oh, because I called the remove callback myself. Yeah. All right, now it should exist. Ah, it worked. Okay, cool. So I wrote to a file. Now we need to write to the same file. And use write file asynchronously. So this is going to give me a callback with whether or not this succeeded. write file, callback function, asynchronously writes data to a file, replacing the file if it already exists. Otherwise resolve. And this needs to get resolved with all of the stuff that was here. So we wrote to the file. Now we have all of this. Okay. So yes, this looks incredibly ugly. And this is where coroutines would help. Or just even promisifying this function. Let's try that. No, let's not try that. I don't feel like trying that. Why do you need a temp file? Because there's something that I'm using that I need to write to an inventory file and then pass that in as an argument to something else. So I need a file to exist for this. I can't just pass it in on the command line. It'd be nice if they had an option for that, but I guess they don't. Okay. Well, that's that. So we just turn keep off. All right, if I were to coroutineify this, how would I do this? Like, would this actually make it look better? Oh, see you, Nico. And thanks. Where was the last time I wrote this? It was in Botland Central Server. There was co somewhere. Is this even how you call this? Yes, it is. So this is how I did this stuff. Co function star. Okay, well, let's try it out. So at least we know that this is working. So we can save that, and then I can write the co version of this if I feel like it. Thanks for hosting, Nico. npm install save co. I don't know if I want to keep this. I don't know if that's a good idea at all, but we can try it still. So I've got co, and I want to call this the same way that I called stuff before, so I can do that. Oops, this isn't right. It's supposed to be in here. Found this, Ansible playbook specify host on the command line. Oh, that's clever, but I might as well just write the inventory file. But I'll also give you a point. Oh, you're saying you might not even need to use co? Well, I could find out by doing something like this, right? That doesn't seem correct. Does the star go where I just said it would? So I can say yield 5, yield 6, and then foo. But then foo should whoa. Yeah, it apparently does just support it naturally now. How is next not a function? Is it next value? Next value comma done. What? Shouldn't this have a next in there? I don't understand. If I say yield 5, yield 6, how does that not return? And it knows it's not done, but I can't call next again. Foo.next.next is not a function. Do you specify like where you left off here? How does this work? Oh, you iterate over it. You don't do this. So I can say something like for I of foo. Is this even the syntax? No, it's for let I of foo. Console.log I. Ah, there we go. Skynet. Is that really true? Okay, wait, so generators are supported just out of the box in Node now? So that means I don't even need co. Wait, well, I kind of do in order to turn it into promises. Oh, does I need to call this differently? So return new, return co. Here I do this, yield. I'm just gonna go with a non-coroutine thing. Let's just stick with this. I know this doesn't look the best, but I'm so many levels deep into distractions right now that I don't think this is a good idea. And it's not totally a distraction, it's this stuff is required for me to be able to move on, but it's still pretty annoying to have to do this. So what does our inventory file look like? Prod host. I need to do something like this. Okay, this looks very ridiculous. You didn't, Skynet, you didn't really do someone's homework though, did you? Was there helping out? Okay, the other problem that I have here is that I had this inventory and now I'm going to need to specify, I guess, just game servers and then whether this is prod or not. I didn't think this far ahead. I guess this is only for setting up production nodes, and that this is going to be very difficult to set up anything else with. Okay, well, I could output a file that looks like this, but this is not all I need to do. One dot whatever I had there, then infra children game servers, and then prod children infra. I could make a file that looks like this. The issues are these tags here. First of all, prod, if I ever do make a staging setup, I want that to point at the right thing. Which would mean that this needs to know whether it was running in production or not. But I should just be able to pass in that tag. Oh, next advances the iterator. Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it. Thank you, Spurman. Wait, what are you really failing, Lulon? So here's what the problem is. I don't necessarily want to generate prod above. I may eventually have a staging environment. So I can make this be specifiable. But I do run the risk of accidentally changing the name eventually and then not matching hosts and screwing up the deploy without knowing it. Oh, this is just... It's just frustrating. Okay, well, one of the things I'm wondering about is, does my overseer even have some of these things that it needs? I have an overseer running. When I go to set up the overseer, I provision it like this. As upload AWS creds, it's going to need whatever it is that my Ansible box needs. This needs to turn into one. So all of the steps that I perform here setting up the Ansible machine, what do we have to actually do? Upload SSH key, set permissions on it. I guess this stuff isn't that bad. Yeah, this stuff isn't that bad. I can just modify the overseer install process. Oh, I don't know how to fix this though. I don't even know where this thing went. This right here. Oh, what am I doing? No, I think I know what I should be doing. All I need to do... Okay, yeah. Yeah. No, that's... No, never mind. I don't know what I'm thinking. Gotta mimic the prod file. Okay. I could copy prodhost.ini and just modify the section under game servers. That way I get exactly the same setup as prodhost has. And Skynet, if you want to buy more of those, you should just tell me how many you want to buy, and I'll just subtract your points and then add you a certain number of times. The long says the Dutch school system grades are from 1 to 10, and I'm standing a 5 for English and 3 for Dutch. Ooh, why is that though? I mean, was it that you weren't doing your homework or something? Also, hi, bye satellite. I rarely see you type in chat. In fact, this might be the first time. All right. Yeah. I think, okay, so the bottom line is no matter what I do, this is going to be flimsy. And this is not the kind of thing I should be getting caught up on right now. Leave you with 500 points. So you have 1344 right now. You want me to add you to the lunch BRB thing? What do you have? 800, so 32, 33. You want 33 times this thing? Yeah, that would leave you with 500 points. How long have I been coding in JavaScript for? It's been about 2.5 or 3 years. Okay, Skynet, I'll add you. Then add Skynet to lunch BRB 33 times. So points take all right. Congrats on your gigantic purchase. Yeah, so, okay. No matter what I do, it sounds flimsy in the end. But this is probably not worth focusing on for too long. Is there a way... What I'm wondering about is there a way for me to make this not flimsy? I just can't think of one. I need to specify whether this thing is prod or not. No. Yeah. I need to specify the address and whether this is prod or not. It makes the most sense. Yeah. To use an existing file. The only other thing I could do is make a variable like, what was it, this basically, host, and then just pass in extra host. What's my actual end goal? I think today my end goal is last another hour, and then I don't know. Like I'm a little too frustrated right now to think clearly. But I think I can still do some work here and I can still make some progress. The only other thing I can do is make a variable and pass that in. This is what this thing is suggesting. As this suggests. That did not paste correctly. There we go. So if I do this way would actually be much better. I could control how things get provisioned by making another part of provision.yaml. So I have game servers here. I could just turn this into a variable, or even make a totally new thing, which is like on the fly game servers. Because yeah, I think only the overseer should be provisioning these. And Cloakin, thanks for following. Forgot what I was trying to achieve with that Ansible thing. It was, I want to run Ansible for my overseer so that I can set up a new game server. But it's not as simple as just running a command. I need to have an IP address stored inside an inventory file. And then the inventory files are different based on whether I'm running on development or on prod. Was programming 8 hours a day in front of an audience helped your attention span? Yeah, I think so. I don't know what I would do if I weren't streaming right now and I was this frustrated. I'd probably just stop. Is it hard to generate a 5-line file in Node? No, that part's doable. I think the part that's difficult is figuring out, like, these are the 6 lines I might need to generate. But if I, let's say, generate, what if later I change this name to production, but my code is still generating the word prod? Then this is going to say, oh, nothing matches prod, so I won't give you the info variables. It might not fail, but it might not produce the right game server that I needed to. So what I'm debating is, should I have just kind of a blank file here, which is actually what I already have, and then just find the line that says game servers, and then after it insert 1.2.3.4, and then use this as my inventory. Like, that would work totally fine. Then I just need to pick whether I'm installing on prod or staging or whatever else. Or do I restructure this stuff so I can just pass in a variable and I don't need to do any file manipulation commands? And see Skynet. Use a templating engine to generate inventory files. Well, even generating them, I don't mind even just iterating, or, well, I guess I kind of do. PK Reese says, what's Botland? I pasted in a video about it. Let me think about this. So even if I pass in an extra variable and I did something like this and I wrapped this in, then this could become an extra variable that when I pass in would work. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm going to test this out. None of this is going to work. It's fine. Prod host has actual hosts in here. I'm going to get rid of those. So now there's nothing. Now I open up provision.yaml. And I go modify this. And then let's change this so that, whoops. Let's change this so that this says this, which I guess this needs to be wrapped in quotes. And if I try running Ansible prod, it should say provided host list is empty, only localhost is available, and then game servers is undefined. So wait, that didn't even work. Can write this out as host. Oh, you don't need, oh, whoops. Syntax error. They did not think this through. No, this is only if you definitely specify this variable. Which I guess, oh, I guess you could just default this to being anything if you want. Like, or even nothing. Or just a word. Really hard to follow with 1 frame per second. I'll switch my server and restart the stream. To all.